Blood glucose.
Okie dokie. Well, we are live, so if you need to mute yourself while you do blood glucose stuff, you can do that.
Yeah, sounds good.
In the meantime, Isaiah and Ezra. So I do want to rewrite the intro and work on it some more because we are getting close to the end of chapter 1.
Oh.
And chapter 2, I would like to have our audio synced to a new intro slideshow showing off the new players or the new 5 players. So question for the both of you. I usually get our artwork done through a person in the Philippines on Fiverr.
Right.
She charges about $39-ish after fees and tax.
Yeah.
For full character artwork. We can post all of our characters in the Discord for you guys if you want later on to get ideas. It will get done faster if you guys pay for it. Otherwise, I have to break my bank over the next month or two for about $80 to get your 2 characters' artworks done. Catch is, if you guys pay for it, I will send you all the copies that she sends me. If I pay for it, you guys don't get it. I get all the artwork to myself.
I see.
I will ask you how you want your character, drawn out, influence, notes, and stuff like that, inspiration, pictures of inspiration and stuff like that. But ultimately, if I pay for it, I keep the art.
All right.
Right.
So, bug in your ear, up to you guys to decide. I'd like to know soon, because I need to know
All
if I
right.
need to budget out $80 to finish out the intro.
I'll just be outright right away. I personally don't care too much either way.
Okay.
So I'll just see what Ezra is going with, and I might just kind of follow suit. I don't know.
Okay. Other than that, next session, if Carl gets back to town on time, next session should be at my house, in person on Saturday. We would skip next Sunday's game because we're playing next Saturday. Instead of playing at the normal start time of 5, we'll be starting at 2 in the afternoon. If Carl doesn't make it back to town, then we might still try to do this on Sunday if everyone has the availability. I really hope we can get this pulled off because I spent about $120 on miniatures for the session, give or take. We would have face cam running during that session so that everyone would be able to see each other's faces on Discord. It would be John, Carl, and I at tables in the living room, and it would be both of you on the television across the table.
I do not have a webcam, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got one in my place, but I just have the one.
That's fine. They'll just see my little picture, I guess.
Okay, that's fine. Any hoodles. Without further adoodles, is everybody ready to go?
Yep.
All right. Well, last session, you guys arrived in the country of Leanne after meeting another party member or a new member for the party. Let me pull up the characters list so I can actually get names right. Samal, the entertainer and dancer, desert elf. The party eventually made their way to the capital of the Leanne Empire, the city known as Leanne. And there they met the King Leanne. Upon introductions and a very formal and short greeting in the throne room, the ambassador from Zeketh, Hutan, introduced all of you as a third-party negotiator for the marriage between Zeketh, Prince Zeketh to be certain, or to be more specific, and one of the 13 daughters that Leon has. It is...
Damn.
Yes, well, elf, long lifespan, you know. Anyway.
Lots and lots of babies.
Yes. So, before anything else was done, your credits as a person of authority or representation of a nation, specifically you, Panzer, needed some kind of extra oomph because the countries in the Darklands are not really recognized as an official country, and your claim to the Penetian throne is less than fulfilled at this time, simply because Panicia is currently occupied by the High Elfin Empire. Okay, just a second. Sister's texting me. All right. All right. As a side note, John, my sisters and I have all bought our tickets for Friday night at 4 p.m. If you're able to make it, let me know.
Okay. I don't know if I'm off yet.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know as soon as you can.
Yep.
Anyway, moving on. Since your reputation as adventurers is not enough, and your right to particular thrones is not enough, and no one in the group as of right now knows of Oliver's pedigree and potential background, the King Leanne, or the Emperor, declared that to show that you all are worthy to be a third-party negotiator in this situation, he asked you to go and find a person by the name of Arachni. She was a famous seamstress and weaver, and beyond that, you have no knowledge of who she is. But you were told to find her and negotiate with her a wedding dress for one of his daughters. And apparently, by reputation, Arachni makes dresses so well that
It doesn't matter your size.
it doesn't matter who you are, it will fit you. As obscene as that sounds, that is where you have been left off, leaving the throne room and walking back down the halls. Now, Oliver, I have to roll your rolls for you, don't I?
For the safer good, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. All right. For the sake of, I'm just going to assume that you would succeed the roll for this one. And I know that story-wise, what's his name? Okay, gotta refresh my page. It bugged out on me already. Oh, it just occurred to me. I don't even have the screen up. There we go. We're just black screen the entire time we're playing. At least our audio is going through. So I don't have my face cam on tonight. That's nice. Just enjoy my no face cam time. So as you are continuing down the halls, walking down the halls, you are no longer being escorted. There is a large court area outside. Large pillars support high beams and grandiose painted ceilings with all manner of of scenes from High Elven history. The windows are clear with frosted designs, leaving traces of desert scenery and vines and forests, each window setting out their own bit of scenery, its own short little story. The tiles, the granite floor tiles that you all walk on each room floor, each of them seem to be handcrafted with unique designs. Every single one of them. You get the idea that with the extended lifespan of an elf also comes an extended amount of patience in their craftsmanship and totally another level of mastery. Hutan stands to the side and turns to each of you. His long walking stick sets to the ground, and he looks at each of you. He's like, well, I will be lodged at our hotel for the night. They will be setting up rooms for me within a day, I am sure, as will they be doing so for you in the event that you prove yourselves, I am sure. So, my recommendation is to you is to finish this quest as soon as possible, because I would like to return home to the pines and the feet of the mountains where I belong.
Quick question.
Question, John, and I am ready to answer.
Panzer.
Okay.
How do I get my throne?
Well, let's put it in simplest terms.
Thank you.
You have to take it back from the elves. And considering the histories behind the High Elven Empire and their less than peaceful relationship with Phoenicia, and the enslavement of a majority of the dragonborn populations and other nations interested, the dragonborn nation did not always have the most peaceful relationship with the other oceanic countries, especially not Rivali and the Dwarven lands, since they were so close. But let's just say it's going to have to be a very, very forceful retrieval.
I see. And one last question. Sorry.
No, I'm more than happy to answer your questions, Panzer.
How would I go about making the lizard folk its own country? Or seen, I should say, as its own country. What is it missing?
Recognition from the rest of the world comes with a situation of supply and demand. I believe your current quest that I have noticed you trying to accomplish, especially in Hildaxia, and through our various trait conversations as we traveled together, trade is probably the best route. The Darklands are shrouded in mystery, very little contact, and to be quite honest, there is, as of yet, not much that we have seen come out of said lands that we cannot find elsewhere. So, the
I
fact
kind of just stand up and smile. It brought me.
too true.
Thank you for your information. Thank you.
I'm more than happy to help, Panzer. I would like to be able to give you some advice on this woman you are searching for, but
Arachni.
yes, unfortunately, I don't know who she is, and I've never heard of her.
I'm gonna check the church. Is there a church here?
Lian is one of the more religious empires. I would imagine they probably have a church here in the palace. Guard! You hear some footsteps. A armored guard steps up, sets his spear to the side. Could you please escort my friends here to the palace chapel? They have religious needs. He, without saying a word, bows, turns to the rest of you, about faces, and begins to walk. Who of you
I
wish
kind
to...
of just sit there and kind of like practice the bow a little bit. Okay.
Happy hunting. And Hutan eventually wanders off looking at the various other art pieces, occasionally walking up to other courtiers, some people sitting on benches, other people carrying papers and walking through the room. It is a serene and yet very, very fine atmosphere. The guard, as he leads Panzer at least, does everyone else wish to follow him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. As
Y'all don't have to. You could look somewhere else if you want to.
No.
I
Some
will
good
follow.
ideas. Okay.
Follow.
I love I love that I accidentally gave you guys a plot hook that I was otherwise unsure of how to plot hook this. Sometimes things just work
I'm gonna
out.
go shopping and split the party.
I mean, hey, that's fine if you want to do that. I'll get back to
We have a
you
local
at
mall.
about like 30 minutes from now, okay?
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm following Pan.
Okay. So as you all are escorted through various halls, you are taken across out some large doors, across a large open balcony type bridge. There is overhang on both sides and these long little half circle balconies across this bridge that goes in between multiple large sections of this palace. As you each look around, there are a series of 7 primary palaces, all connected at a base. It looks as if over time the castle was originally built at the center, and then another palace was added, and they were connected and constructually combined, and then another one, and then another one. And you get the idea that over a series of probably a few thousand-year generations, High Elven kings added their own architectural inspiration to the palace that is the Imperia Palace of Leanne. White stone is the primary, I would say white granite to be specifically, is the primary texture and appearance of all of the stone. The stones themselves do not appear to have seams. You get the idea that this palace is probably built in such a way that very few, if any, seams are ever seen in between the stones. The rooftops, though they look like they, for the most part, are made of slats of clay, upon closer inspection, as you walk past a lower hanging rooftop, you realize that they are actually polished bronze and almost shine like gold in the right lighting angle. And you even see a group of about 20-ish elves, all of them climbing on the rooftops, each one of them very carefully and meticulously using special tools to pull out these little brass roof shingles. And they got a guy that they hand them off to, and they sit there and they hand up a freshly polished one, and you get the idea that all of these shingles are regularly replaced, and you can see them lowering these shingles down to the ground, and there are groups of like 40 or so elves, craftsmen on the ground, each of them with very specific tools, polishing these shingles. And they are piece by piece replacing entire rooftops, constantly polishing the roof, making sure that it shines in the sunlight. As the sun sits in through various windows as you're taken into another wing of the palace, more and more architecture greets you, and in this particular section of the Imperial Palace, there is a lot of greenery, a lot of plants hang from ceilings, open balcony windows where plants thrive in the sunlight of the outdoors, but also drape their vines into the interior, leaving what would appear to be walls, but are actually sets of vines that you can walk through if necessary.
I feel at home.
There are there are various different styles of pillars in the room, and this particular section of the palace has what appears to be, upon glances, I would say, some kind of iron or polished steel, lining black granite. The interior drastically contrasting the exterior white shining of the brilliance of the imperial palace in the sunlight. Here in the interior, everything is much darker. There are sections of the floor where fountains let running water through, and you find yourselves walking up to a large red door. The guard about faces, bows, and returns to
I,
his post.
I bow back.
He does not say anything, but he does recognize your bow. Oliver,
I
you speak Elvish of the groups. And let's see here. Beyond the fact that the door is a very distinct and unique color of red, inlaid into the black granite above the door, there are gold inlay letters in Elvish, a fine script that read Anashari. Simply one word.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
Your historical knowledge of archaic Elvish, this is going back about 12,000 years, you would have understood some archaic spellings and meanings of older words. This is like going into Shakespeare's original works and having to cross-reference something in your head kind of situation. But the word lends itself to a witch, and it also lends itself to some people would have used the word when referring to doctors who let blood for medical purposes. But it's a rarely used word amongst the Wood Elves, and you only remember it because of your acute education. Skygazer, you and Oliver approaching this door, and I will give Panzer an observation roll if he wishes, before I continue description, but I would need an observation check for you. And if you have anything that gives you advantage on observation with concerning smell, you may take it.
Okay.
I don't believe you do, though. Oh, wow, you beat it. Nice. That was a 15. You met it. All right. A Cypress, unfortunately, you're not going to have any luck here. You don't have the skills necessary for this.
What?
Yeah, so I won't even bother. If you wish to try to roll above a 15 on observance, I would say you're going to need to actually meet a 20 in order to pull us off, but it's up to you.
No, I'm good.
Oliver, Panzer, and Skygazer, all three of you get the distinct odor of iron in the air.
Huh.
Ah, someone's bleeding. I open the door.
Okay. Inside, there is a spherical room. At the center is a 7-pointed, or I should say, a septagram drawn into the floor. And it appears to be scrolled into the floor with some kind of red stone. It's almost as if they use that seamless rock masonry to have seamless stone making this septagram in the floor.
Does that seem to be where the smell's coming from?
It doesn't. It seems to permeate the air throughout the
Okay.
entire area. As you step in, it is the same black quartz / granite construction. There is a lot of hanging tapestries of red, highlighted in a unique shade of purple. And I would like, I still got to remember Isaiah's character's name here. Pull up your character sheet, Isaiah.
Somehow. Okay.
Samal, I need you to roll a knowledge check.
Got it.
Oliver, if you wish to have a historical check, you may at disadvantage.
Oof.
Oh, I would.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, wow. Most of your skills are gone.
What?
You only have 3
What do you mean?
abilities to roll.
No. Just roll knowledge.
Okay. I don't have your keys. I cannot use your keyboard shortcuts.
Damn it.
So I'm going to have to just roll a d20 and find your knowledge stat and roll it off that. I have to have the abilities commands programmed into the ability side of the sheet to roll your stuff for you. All right, your knowledge is 9. And did I say you'd have disadvantage on this one? John, did I say
Yeah.
you'd have disadvantage? All right. So I'm going to just / D16 off of this one. I'll use the basic character sheet and use a modifier of 9. Basic character sheet. Modifier of 9. And knowledge check. I'm just going to use this one.
Nice.
That
Got a
is
16 on a D16.
That's nice. That's a 23. All right. And Siraj, you had a 12. You do not recall any of this off the top of your head. Unfortunately, your roll is too low. But Oliver, upon recognizing this particular color scheme of red, purple, and black, you remember what this cult is about. This is a witch's cult. But more specifically, their ideals churn your stomach at the thought of them. They are known for bloodletting. They are rumored to drink blood. And they are also rumored to be able to see and converse with devils and demons.
can talk to my dad.
but they also are known especially for being soothsayers and or uh, fortune tellers. More specifically, they are known for being able to give advice on future events.
Perfect. That's exactly where we want to be, Panther.
Now, Oliver, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to invoke your weakness. Um,
Uh,
and I'm gonna have to roll for you a con check. Or a,
you know what?
a
No, you take
vitality
too long.
check.
I'm doing it.
All right, your call. That'll be a
23?
vitality check.
Oh, actually, we might see because. Oh, there we go.
All right, 21. You succeed. Very good. Having that higher vitality is really helping you out.
Yes.
As you each stand there looking into the various area of the room, each of you hear the approach of footsteps, bare feet on the granite floor, and each step is accompanied by the jingle of small bells and or discs of brass or tambourines. You get the idea that this person is wearing some sort of ankle bracelets to constantly make their presence known. As you each turn to look off to your right hand side, from behind one of the tapestries, a woman whose face is covered. She has an eye symbol on the front of her veil. And from both sides are what appear to be illustrated drops of blood, and the iris is purple. Her garments, for the most part, are red with highlights of black. And as she steps forward, she looks almost through her veil at each of you. And you almost get a chill down each of your spines as a voice in your head says, "Welcome."
I'm gonna kind of go to the Panther and I'm just gonna like give him my knowledge potion. And we're like, you might not need this.
What is it you wish to see?
Arachni?
Is this a name?
It's what she's known by.
Wait here. She leaves, heading into another one of the outcroppings or arches in this spherical room.
As she leaves,
Mhm.
I'll turn to Oliver. Hey, I don't
I
think.
just have a blank face on my. I have a blank face, like I want to leave.
Hey, I don't think I've ever been to a church quite like this. Where are we?
This ain't
This
no
is a
church.
witch's. Yeah, this is a witch's cult. I'm saying whispering to them, kind of,
A cult.
but they can predict these future events. We might be able to get info on who we're looking for.
What else can
Saying that, I do a lot of weird stuff. But I don't remember what you said, Joe, but I'll explain it to him.
Mhm. I think
Does he tell me everything?
And
yeah, he explains. He gives you the explanation that I have given each of you.
Okay,
and
cool.
after I'm done explaining, I'm like, I'll see you outside.
Hey, maybe we
Oh
can
man.
talk to my relatives.
There often comes a steep price for dark magic like this. And when I mean steep, I don't mean the financial kind.
The truth is, you like to drink.
What?
Talking to the vampire.
Oh.
But
I mean, half the party has an appetite for blood.
look, I don't just drink
Remy, I'm
people's
waiting
blood.
out there with
I
the dark.
also. I'm not the kind of vampire who just go seeking out drinking people's blood. I have no lust for such things. In fact, I can give blood, so I don't really know what you're talking about.
Oh. I like the taste. Especially when it's warm.
Yes.
I hear that. I just kind of puke in my mouth. Then I'm like,
There's a brief split second that you wonder why the heck you're friends.
Although I have to admit, Panzer, the though it was a bit fatty, that ogre butt was quite extraordinary.
Oh, when it was toasted.
Oh, definitely. I'm starting to sound like a cannibal, aren't I?
Wait, you're not?
Oh, goodness. Is there a place to sit?
There is not. But as you start to think about that, the woman returns through the silk-lined archway. If you don't mind, please follow me.
I follow.
Does everyone else follow? I think Oliver said he was stepping back out.
No, we
Yeah.
follow.
yeah, no, I stepped out of the room.
Okay.
My character at this
Actually,
point.
gonna diverge with Oliver.
Now, I'm going in, but that's mostly because my character at this point is extremely mesmerized by all the intricate, just everything about this place.
Okay. You're taken through a series of rooms. Each one, oh, dagnabbit. No, Siri. I'm not talking to you. You are walked through a series of halls and rooms, each with their own dark adornment. And when you see this level of, well, let's, for the sake of the description of some of these art pieces, they differ much more from the outside art of the other exterior parts of the palace. Here you see dark figures, demonic forms.
Anything look familiar for me?
Not familiar.
Okay.
You see drawings of what appear to be yellow eyes. And as you look closer, you see that the shadow of the picture, as you look closer, you can actually see the silhouette of a throne, someone sitting in a throne, and the throne is literally constructed out of various body parts. And this demonic form just sits in it, gazing. And it's one of those disconcerting pictures that as you walk past it, it looks like it's looking at you the whole time.
So you mean like literally, like it's actual like body parts?
No. It's an art piece. It's
Oh,
either a
okay.
painting or an etching into the wall.
Okay.
But the eyes
But
are following you.
but it's one of
Okay.
those paintings that give you that eerie feeling that because of the way the eyes were drawn or painted or sculpted,
Okay.
it always feels like it's looking at you. Others depict monstrous forms devouring people. Some of them look like they are enjoying the torture of souls and or living beings. Some depict, various forms of torture. More interestingly enough, self-inflicted torture, and other figures gathering the blood from said self-infliction. It's a very dark, disconcerting. It gives you that cold chill down your spine, like this place is messed up. But as a final door is opened, you step through. Um, the room is lit via some kind of incandescent, or I should say incandescent, I'm sorry, lit by some kind of, um, what's the word for it? Bioluminescent liquid in jars that hang from the ceilings in various disorder, as it would appear. The room is dark. It has a very damp, dusty feel to it. And the woman that guided you in here steps to the side and puts her face down. You never see her actual face, but her veil and her head actually tilt forward as though she is looking at the floor. There is a woman uh, dressed in far more elaborate clothing. Her veil mimicking the same picture of the purple iris and bleeding on both sides, but much more intricate. You can tell that this person has a much higher status. And I need each of you to make a resolve check for me.
Got it.
Oh no.
Resolve, you said?
Yep.
All right. Find that.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
That's 10. That's 9. And that's an 11. Okay. So the three of you, that'll be the only check for this entire situation. For at least
all die.
this part of it, you have all failed.
Oh.
As you enter the room and the woman steps aside, you hear a voice. You can hear it both
Wait,
in the back of your head, but you also hear it physically echoing afterwards. It's almost like the voice in your head is heard first. But it says,
Joey.
yes.
Am I in the room? Because I thought I said it was with Oliver.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's Panzer and Siraj,
Yes.
if I'm getting that name correct.
I was thinking
Samal.
Samal, sorry.
Smell.
Samal.
Okay, so it's just Panzer and Samal. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I should have
That's right.
clarified. Pardon me. My rain is coming back to haunt me. So as the two of you step into the room, you hear that voice first in the back of your head and then spoken out loud, almost as if something was spoken inside your head before it was spoken out loud, but it's a disconcerting dissonance. And it says, step forward, and you immediately find yourself 40 feet farther into the room, standing about 10 feet in front of her. and you hear it again, sit down, and immediately you find yourself jolted into a chair. It's almost like you are missing moments of your memory.
What newfound devilry is this?
And you look and you can see through the transparency or the translucence of the veil, being it's such a fine silk. You can see purple irises glowing through the veil as this woman looks at you. She is bent over in her chair. Her revealed hands and bare feet are wrinkled and spotted with age. She has that wonderful old person smell. And she looks at both of you for a moment. You seek someone named Arachni. Tell
Yes.
me, what
Yeah.
do you know of this person?
She is a weaver.
Her head seems to move as though while she speaks both to you and listens to your answer, she almost seems like she's cocking her head to listen to something. And you can see those violet or purple irises darting back and forth, almost as if she's looking at something,
The
focusing
weaver's
at something.
The weaver is a child lost to them for many ages. We must seek this reaver for the king.
Last child. Weaver. Her head, it's almost as if she seems to be listening to something that's not there, looking into the distance, looking into the presence, looking into the present, looking into the distant.
I'm gonna go into meditation.
Okay. When you do that, I need you to make a second resolve check with disadvantage because you failed the first one.
Okay. Meditation is resolve.
No, I need this aside from your meditation check.
Oh, okay. It's usually knowledge. 18? Oh, disadvantage.
Disadvantage. It's at 11, so it's another failure. And I just spilled my rain on my shirt. Dagnabbit. Shame. Utter shame. I deceived myself. I moved the tab to open it, and then I drank it as if the tab was straightforward, and I just poured it off the side of my mouth.
This is so sad.
At least I wasn't hard drinking. I was just sipping it.
If anyone's watching this stream, please give a like now.
Anyway,
For the spilled rain.
go ahead and make your meditation check.
Yep.
Now,
Coming up.
correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I thought that meditation was a resolve check.
Knowledge.
I thought it was resolve.
Meditation?
Yeah, when Panzer made the meditation skill with the Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah, that was. I thought that was resolve. I was watching your streams.
Okay. I
Yeah,
don't know
I'm
why I was thinking
pretty
because
sure that was
I
resolve.
used the same check for Jordan with his character. I
Mhm.
think this is because resolve has been recently added and it fits the idea or the situation better.
Oh, okay. And it was
So
meditation.
yeah,
Was knowledge when we didn't have resolve.
yep,
Okay.
yeah. So
Gotcha.
I think that's part of the update situation. So forgive me for that. Evolving game changes things.
Of course.
So
Am I still able
you do
to
not
go
have
into meditation?
you do not have disadvantage. But
Okay.
go ahead and make your meditation check. And that is a skilled check, so you get the 20.
20.
So you're successful. But due to the first one being a failure, as you enter meditation, your senses are immediately overpowered. Um, have you ever had what's it? Have you ever been to the hospital and you have that um, feeling from like having a bone set or something? You have morphine in your system.
No.
Okay. Imagine if sound vibrated, or imagine if your visuals vibrated like a subwoofer, and
Oh.
every time your visuals moved, you still felt that thumping, not in your
Okay,
ears, but in the
I'm Daredevil.
base of your skull. Okay, and it gives you that sick to your stomach feel.
You,
This is like motion sickness times 10.
oh,
Um, your memories start playing in your head. And they start playing randomly. Um, sitting in a basket on a beach while your mentor Patrine is fishing. Um, thunderstorms, sitting underneath outcroppings buried in sand, terrified of being alone. Um, the clanging of metal from battles, the flash of fires from campfires as you're sitting cooking. Your friend Patrine telling you stories, staring up into the night sky. But every time it changes, you are hit with that sickening vertigo. And you feel this presence, that same cold presence in the back of your skull, as you get the idea that you're not the only person seeing these memories. And,
I try to stop it.
okay, I'm going to need another resolve check with disadvantage. Natural 1.
It's disadvantage.
Yeah, it's natural 1 on the disadvantage one. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is not your meditation skill. This is just a
Well, it
resolve
still
check.
is meditation.
It
'Cause
is.
I'm trying to stop the meditation.
Yeah, but typically you wouldn't need that. Typically you'd just be able to stop it. Ezra, Isaiah, Carl, you're welcome to pipe in if you wish to. I feel that, in this particular
No, I'm good.
situation,
I
um, I think that this should, since his meditation has been overpowered by somebody else, I feel like
Mhm.
it should be a resolve check to stop it, and I don't believe it should be skill, because usually the
it
meditation.
shouldn't. No, because
Mm.
in my opinion, when I think of meditation, like if you went into it, obviously you would need obviously the skill check, but to get out of it, it's like leaving a slide. Like
Yeah.
think like you just slide out. Like you got in. I'd say it'd be easy to get out.
Yeah. It's. I would say it's going to be harder to get out of something once you're already locked in. And it's as the character's proven, whoever they are, they're stronger. They've got some kind of crazy mental or psychological or whatever magical abilities, um, much stronger than what Panzer is capable of for whatever reason. So,
Okay. For a majority vote situation, we're going to leave it on the D12.
Yep.
So, um, you find that you are not able to get out. And
Okay.
you
Am I able to talk?
you
And I
attempt you attempt to say things, but the words are jumbled. It's almost as if your mind has been overpowered. And
I try to roar.
wait. Can I? I was gonna say, can I attempt to? Because I don't. Do I notice this is happening? Like on an outward way, way.
so you're sitting next to Panzer as he's put his head down and closed his eyes.
Okay.
Um, lizards don't sweat. Um,
Okay. Can
but
I?
you can sense. I'm just gonna give it to you. You can sense his fists are
Yeah.
clutched tight. There
Can I?
is there is definitely some distress in his situation.
Okay. Can I roll to break him out,
Um,
or is that a no-no? Like not like me like just using some sort of wacky magic, like just trying it in a way.
Describe first how you would attempt to do it, and
Well,
then
because
if your proficiencies apply, we'll see.
okay, so I'm thinking because as you know, my character isn't necessarily super magical. Like obviously would have some magic, obviously, but not like primarily just because of my main job. So I was thinking my character, if they saw that, would first off probably be really distressed. So they'd probably be shaking him or trying to like talk to him in some like a lot of physical, basically.
You are sitting right next to him. You have the ability to touch him. You have the ability to speak to him.
Wait a minute, I have a question.
You were forced against your will to sit down, but you are
True.
within arm's reach of him.
Yeah, I do have a question actually.
Okay.
So, how do I word this? Because do elves have the? Actually, that's probably a dumb question. Do elves have like the telepathic ability? Like, I'm trying to remember what I'm thinking of.
They do not have
Cannot
telepathic
be put to
skills.
sleep.
Okay, I'm thinking of something else. Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Well, I'm gonna try to physically do something.
okay.
Just
You may make a charisma check for this,
charisma. All
and
right.
your charisma checks automatically get the D4. I think we programmed into that.
I
If
believe.
you wish to make a skill with this, you may burn a proficiency point. It is new day. Um,
All right. How do I burn that?
uh, your PP at the top of your list in your abilities check or
Make
proficiency
changes.
points. You can drop it by 1 for the day.
There.
And then when you make your charisma check, we will look at the D20 roll with the plus
All right.
D4 rather than the D15.
All right. So I put it as my proficiency point from 5 to 4, and I'm gonna roll my charisma.
17 standard or
Give me a second.
skilled?
Give me a
19?
second. I'm still getting used to the key positioning on my new keyboard. So D20, 11 plus 7 plus 1, 19. Unfortunately, the AC is high.
Wow.
Um, and because of previous failures, there is a limit to what you're able to do in this scenario.
All right.
But you came really close. The DC was 20.
Okay.
You were really close. I'll give you that.
Just giving everyone a warning. If I have to relieve his death, I will go in a rage and kill everyone in this room. I'm not kidding.
No. Okay. Anyway, um, you're able to touch him. You for a moment there, you feel like you came close to breaking him out of it, but there is a moment where you immediately find yourself sitting back in your chair
Oh.
and you feel compelled to just shut up. You get the idea that whatever this ability this person has to command you against your will, it has overpowered you, and your attempt has
Yeah.
caused restraining.
Okay.
Back to Panzer. Your memories are not into a position where you have to relive any particular memory, but they are mere flashes. It's almost like someone's randomly watching sections of your life and forward and reverse, and it's so fast that you don't have a moment to focus on it.
Okay, when you were describing them, they were pretty detailed. I'm like,
They
man,
are
if he sees
detailed.
that again,
They are detailed, and you get the essence of them. Because it's not like you are remembering them like you usually do. It's almost like you're in the moment. It's almost like
that's
what your consciousness has forgotten. The details are much more vivid.
yeah, that's not
Okay.
a good
Just a
Yeah. Um, but as you're sitting here, you start to see things that you haven't seen. Because of your meditation, there's kind of a little bit of feedback of what this person's seeing. You get 1, 2, you get 3 things. You see a small village on a countryside, surrounded by standard plains, rolling fields, and a few pines and leafy trees. The season is probably summer, moving towards fall. Looks like the harvest could come soon. Most of the buildings here are crafted with wood and stone, but you see it only from a distance. You see the opening to a cave surrounded by pines. And you get the sensation of cold air. And then finally, all you see one deep, piercing yellow eye with a slitted iris. And then your consciousness comes back to you. If a lizard could have a cold sweat, that's what it feels like. And you feel yourself, if you could collapse out of your chair, you would probably, have puked on the floor. You may, if you wish, roll a vitality check to hold your chunks if you wish. You there, John? Okay. That would be
A 1.
You're able to bend over and shoot some chunks, but that was, if you've ever felt the motion sickness and intensity of a bad roller coaster, it just hit you hard, really hard. Coming out of that was not fun. You still feel cold, you feel a little shaky, you feel weak. It's not fun. But you still hear that voice echoing in your mind. You and your friends will find that reading is the answer to your solution. Follow the trail of history. Find a town. From there, you will learn of the cave and the depths below. But beware. There are those who would find your quest terrifying and deadly. Beware the depths of the cave. You may not all leave. Now, you owe us for our services.
You owe me food. That was horrible.
I'm
What did
still,
you
like,
do?
I'm still like, okay. So at first, I'm going to just describe my character for a second. At first, my character wasn't too frightened. I mean, she's seen some things, obviously, in the career she has. But after the experience with Panzer and like her not being able to break him out, and then after he wakes up, like he's like just destroyed. Yeah, my character's a little like frozen right now.
You may provide for us 2 ways. Provide for us the sacrifice of a being, or you may lend your body to us for 1 night.
Pass on the last one.
Sacrifice me. No.
Either of you may make this sacrifice or this donation.
I guess
I'll bring back.
well, right
Becky.
now I am honestly like, let's be 100% honest here. For the team, I have kind of done the least, and I feel like right now, if it is only for one day, it would be best for me to get like the possession because you guys have more skills and also have more just stuff for like combat and everything. So if depending on what happens in the day that I, have the thing, it'd be better if I had it, is what I'm saying.
It's okay. We're going into a cave. I'll bring back a being.
Any objections of me getting the weird possession thing?
Well, you might end up
Yes.
killing us.
I
It is
but I
possessed.
also have
There-
like the least skills. You have them. You guys are. I think you guys would defeat me easily. I'm not too worried about it.
Your life would not be in danger, but it would not be a pleasant experience.
Yeah, so I mean, Panzer already went through next level garbage. I think it'd be better for me to take it.
A suitable substitute would be a slave from the market, but they must
Or
be clean and
that.
free from disease.
Or we
No,
can do that.
I'll just bring an enemy. Anything not allowed?
Clean, free from disease, and sentient.
How
There we go.
sentient?
And one of you will have to stay while the other is retrieved.
Well, I guess I'm staying.
We expect this payment today.
Yeah,
I don't know how
actually, you
long.
know what? I'm going to make my point again. It would be better if I stayed. Just because you guys, again, probably have stronger combat skills at the moment. Any
You-
objections?
Yeah, do you remember those pictures on the wall of people torturing themselves and stabbing
Yeah,
themselves? And
yeah.
yeah, that's gonna be you.
Oh, wait, I see. Oh, I see your point.
You
I
were
see your
literally
point.
Now you
going
get
and
it. Okay.
stabbing yourself.
But honestly,
If you like
I
stabbing yourself.
still think that it'd be better if I am the one who stays behind. Just saying.
It is up to your individual choices.
Because I'm more than willing.
If you wish to take this payment,
My
the
character
others
is
may not stop you.
like, here's the thing. My character's not like, how do I explain it? My character really, really, to be honest, to put it bluntly, does not want to do it, but would rather not have everyone else suffer just because she chickened out. And so my character is willing to stay behind.
I will say this as a DM out of the game. If Somal wishes to volunteer, the rest of the party cannot stop you.
Oh,
And being that Panzer is the only one that's there right now,
true.
if you volunteer, he cannot stop you.
Can I try?
Can I still ask his opinion?
He's already voiced his opinion.
Oh, true. He already did say he really doesn't.
And you're
understand it.
having the conversation in front of the high priestess or whatever you wish to call
Yeah.
her.
What happens if she stays and is, you know, controlled, possessed?
She
What
will
happens?
return to you a little worse for wear, but nothing time and healing cannot provide.
Are you gonna use her for her blood?
Probably.
We will use her.
Period. Yeah, again, I this there isn't really a way I can say.
Basically, you have three options. One, try to kick their butt and probably lose and leave after making some more enemies. Or two, leave Somal behind and she takes the blunt of the payment for the information you have gathered, or 3, go to the slave marketplace or find someone that you can blindly convince to do your bidding and deliver them to this cult and retrieve Somal after delivering said person.
Yeah.
See,
I kind of wanted to find an enemy and just take the enemy over here prisoner.
yeah, see,
You
but
would,
I don't know.
you
can't
would,
do that to normal people.
I'll
yeah.
say that the second option is the easiest. Third option would be the best because obviously then the least, damage to any of our characters. But I don't know. Yeah, I
Panzer
agree
can't
though.
buy a slave for that reason.
Yeah,
Panzer's against slavery.
yeah.
Even though he technically owns one.
She's free to do what she wants.
But yeah, I mean, now this I will leave up to you because I think it's settled that I'm going to be the one staying behind, but now it's just up to whether we do option 2, where I literally just stay behind, or 3, where I stay behind until you bring someone to replace.
I will remind you that typically slaves in this world are criminals.
Yep.
And
Oh.
their punishment, slavery is a situation in this world where people are criminals for
Okay.
either murder and or theft or other crimes. There
Yeah.
is, some of them are simple crimes where they only have to serve a few days or a few weeks or a few months of service, and then once that's over, they are technically free to pay for minor crimes like small felonies and things like that. Other things are life sentences. Once you buy them, you own them for life, and you're not allowed to trade them unless it's through an inheritance.
Yeah.
So,
Would you be interested in a barter?
Here we go. The barter.
we have little
Oh.
interest. We have little interest in
Crap.
anything but a person. But you are welcome to make an offer.
Ooh.
Priestess, we have
I
come to barter.
I take out my 3-foot ivory horn of a green dragon.
Oh, whoa. I didn't know you had that.
Yep. Natsu's owl brought it to me because I asked for something from the dragon we killed.
Oh, cool. Just the name of that sounds like an expensive item, like legitimately.
It is technically a legendary crafting material.
Oh, wow.
You may roll a charisma check with your regular skill, Panzer, for that check.
Okay.
Maybe we can free me. Who knows?
Oof.
That's a oof, yeah.
That's
Would you like to trade, or I'll be left in the shade?
Ooh.
20. Okay.
+5.
Well, she nat one.
Oh,
Ouch.
she really wanted the horn. What?
Sorry, everyone. Not into blood sacrifices.
Sorry, guys. None.
So-
Especially with people
so-
I've slept with.
As a DM,
True.
as a DM,
Oh my.
as a DM, I am both proud of you and shaking my head because this is going to come back to bite you in the butt in the future really, really
Uh-oh.
bad.
Oh no. Here we go.
But yeah, she looks at it and she takes a moment. Your offer is acceptable. the other woman steps forward and takes the long ivory green dragon horn from you and steps to the side, always keeping her face down. I have spoken. Leave us. And immediately you feel
I
that
have another question.
No.
As
You-
we fly away.
you find yourself in that, you got that weird cold chilling feeling at the base of your skull, and Oliver and Skygazer, you're sitting on a bench amongst greenery, nice fountains. It's peaceful, it's tranquil. You're having a nice afternoon. You have breezes coming in through open palisades and windows. The door is opened and shut to the coven. And Panzer and Samal are both standing there. If Samal, being a tanned desert elf, could look any paler, and if Panzer could look any more sick, you would probably faint from the shock. But there is a moment when you both look and see they're both staring off into oblivion, and then Panzer, you come back to yourself and you have forgotten every moment and everything that happened from when you were sitting in the chair in front of the High Priestess.
We look like we went from hell and back.
Wait, hang on. I forgot what?
You have no memory. It's like when you were suddenly compelled across the room to sit down, compelled across the room, compelled to sit, you feel now compelled. You lost control of your person from the moment you stood up and left the room until the moment you found yourself outside of the coven's entrance.
Okay, so I do remember selling that.
You do, yes, you do
Okay,
remember
okay.
selling that. You remember your bargain. Your bargain has been fulfilled. I'm really sad,
get
you
what?
guys. That legendary crafting item, that could have made the coolest weapon.
I know.
I was literally about to say something about that. Like, I was like, guys, what if we made like a weapon from that? Because it's like Dragonhorn. But then, yeah.
Well, mind you, it wasn't from a real dragon, so that does
True.
help a little bit.
Still, but it was crafted by the 8 daughters of Elderwood.
Yeah.
Oh, what? I didn't even know that either.
Yeah, so literally it had connections to the divine.
I don't like
Bruh.
blood sacrifices.
True. You know what? I can respect that.
Looking at it from outside the game on the scales, you just gave probably one of the darkest cults in the world
Wait, no.
a divine object that can be corrupted into one of probably the most powerful dark weapons in existence.
Well, boys, we did it. We started racism. We created it. Good job, guys.
So
No, it was been here for a while.
anywho, you have your leads. Search through histories and find the village.
Hey, where's Lily?
Lily is sitting on a bench next to Oliver and Sue, and Juliana is with the animals in the cart back at the hotel as usual.
Actually, I would like to make a read through of the book I have in my possession. See if I can't find anything on curses again.
Okay, go ahead. You may continue. Specifically, are you looking for the same thing you were last time, or are you looking for anything else specific?
No, I'm still looking for the. I think it was bloodlust is what I had looked for.
Okay. Go ahead
and
and
that's
make
a knowledge check.
I believe that's an observance check for the reading of the book.
Okay.
Let me just jump
Cool.
in before I forget real quick. I look to Oliver and I look to Lily and I'm like, they know everything I know.
Oh.
I'm glad this was not an unskilled check.
Um,
I'm glad I wasn't in there then.
Unfortunately, as you are reading, you continue to read. You continue to learn more about various curses, but The keywords to which you are looking for are evading you. It's a thick book. You're going to have to spend a while probably reading it before you get everything you're looking for. You can't just.
Sure enough.
You're not one of those wizards that have the ability to skim a book and exactly find what you're looking for. You're being meticulous.
At least not on the first try.
Yeah.
Or second.
So, thinking about your memories and what you know, you get the idea for a brief moment going back through what they looked at. For some reason, recent events and what you have experienced concerning certain persons' identities were never looked at. It's almost as if you have access to that, but there is still a wall blocked up and only you're the one that's able to access that.
I would have liked that information before I said that.
So, but regardless,
So what you're saying is
I didn't think about it until you said something, so I had to clarify.
so basically we've entered an end of the world class scenario.
Not really.
Okay.
I'm not that, careless anymore. I had that problem early on and I learned
Let's
from
not
my
talk about
mistakes.
Okay.
So,
all right, I talked to Oliver and Lily, and they have the dragon bone.
What?
Did you give it to them or did they take it?
Well, it was apparently a transaction I didn't know there was going to be a transaction. Usually I go to church, ask for help, and they help without a price other than maybe some gold. But they went.
You know, I was offering as tribute.
Yes, she was willing to sacrifice most of her blood
well,
and being possessed.
Well,
they did specify that you would be returned slightly worse for wear, but nothing a little bit of time and healing couldn't fix.
Right, not on my watch. That's why I'm a tank. I make sure that
we have
does
like the
not
best
happen.
support. We have like the best support tank.
That's literally going around what I do, what I'm about.
Yeah,
Just making sure y'all don't get hurt. No matter the price.
So I guess now that that's all said and done, as my character says with a very shaky voice, I guess we head for the next objective.
Not yet. I need something in my stomach that made me throw it all up.
True.
Well, I'm
I guess
glad I
we
didn't
should
go in.
Yes, I didn't go in either.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Guess
Let's.
let's go get something to eat then before we take
And I need
leave.
to fight something. Is there an arena in town?
Actually, I'm trying to think. I know there was some good elf cuisine, but I just can't think of what it was.
Walk into
That
some.
would've-
After hearing the Leanne
You walk
story,
into some greasy leaf diner.
Let's go.
I'm sitting there
Wait,
twitching.
My character is like
Do they
at
fat fry their leaves or
my
something?
character is at home here. This is perfect.
After hearing the tales of the Leanne Empire and the Human Empire, I didn't think something like that would be here.
Yeah.
At his castle.
It is culturally a surprise, whereas most of the public realizes, believes that the Leanne historically has been very, what's the word for it? Devout.
Dark?
Historically, Leanne has been very devout to the original creator and religious piety. Finding a cult such as this in the royal palace is disturbing. and it is not the same image that it's not the image that the public eye ever gets to see.
My
Hmm.
oh wait, you saying that now I want to investigate it. Crap. Like literally, I really want to investigate that now. Like if there's like a underground thing happening, like if there's a bigger plot twist, as in like maybe they're not just there because they somehow got power or something. Maybe like there's someone in the higher ups in the royal thing. There's something's like being planned. Something's about to go down, and with them being part of it, like something big's gonna happen. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, enough of me
Just quick
theorizing.
question. He only has daughters here, right?
You do not know. You know that he has 13 daughters from discussions with Hutan and himself and historical knowledge and public knowledge. Um, you do not have any information as of yet whether or not he has any sons.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go to the inn.
Okay.
Where he went to.
Hutan?
Yep.
Okay. What does the rest of the party wish to do? Do they wish to return to the end with Panzer?
Yeah.
Oh wait, is there another option? I was just wondering if like this was a multi thing or if he's just going to the end.
You can declare that you wish to go somewhere else at any time.
I honestly want to get the story going, so I'm going to go back to the end.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm just looking here. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the inn as well.
Okay. So all of you return to the inn. Hutan is not found at the inn.
Oh.
It's mid-afternoon. You do remember that he walked
Beds won't
away
be
and,
ready.
and he started conversing and visiting with the other courtiers.
Yeah.
So you get the
I
idea
would
that being available in the palace and having access to that, he may be enjoying a little bit of nice conversation with other people of his regular acquaintance or affiliation.
yeah, I would
Alright.
try to find somewhere I can fence my rapier.
Wait, so
Do what with your rapier?
Fence.
Oh, you want to
Fence.
practice?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to War Tank. So what's your character basically? I just want to know my party a little better.
So my character's kind of complicated. I was a wood elf
Okay.
with a short bow. I now look like a human. I still use a short bow, but I also have a rapier now.
Okay.
I'm the one that lit himself on fire.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
since Panzer mentioned it earlier and Oliver double checked it, looking for a place to practice your weapons, you do ask around, you do look around. Unfortunately, by the sounds of it, um, there is not a public arena. There's no like fight pit. You get the idea that this is not the kind of thing that is um, it's not the kind of thing that the elven conglomerate of culture really has any interest in.
Is there a military?
There is a military, yes.
Okay, good, because they'd be fucked if they didn't have one.
Oh,
Actually,
I'll be okay
I'm
with just some dummies. like fake people, like straw. I just
I'm gonna say,
need
yeah.
to punch something.
Um, is there a place I can buy hay at?
oh.
You, I would say it'd be rather simple to just purchase hay if you wish.
And I'm pretty much just buying a few other things I kind of like make a dummy out of.
Okay. For the sake of, I'll let you make a combat dummy. That will burn off. It's, unless you need to do something specific, I'll say
Making multiple of them.
That Panzer can, burn his angst and other emotions off on the afternoon and cool down with. For I'd say 5 silver for about 6 of them. This is just a general thing. Don't write me down on this for the future.
Okay. Yeah, y'all can just take that from the party then.
Okay. I'll go ahead and edit that out here quick.
Okay. So what time of day are we in?
It's mid-afternoon. Panzer, for the sake of story and not keeping players tied down, Sue, Lily, and Juliana will all assist in crafting your combat dummies. And if you need to just flavor for story and burn off some energy and emotions, that is easy to do for the rest of the afternoon.
In the meantime,
that's what I'm doing. I'm just getting back to wielding my rapier.
Okay.
So I actually have a question.
We'll go ahead with the question now, and then we'll go to Carl.
All right. So I'm wondering about skills. Is there a way I can? Is there like I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Tomes?
I am
you mean
familiar
like
with
skill
tomes.
sharing?
So yeah, like a skill tome. Is there a way you can enhance like skills/get skills without having to make them? If not, that's fine. Is there a way to just enhance or just to
I would say no, not for that. For the purpose of the story and the game system is designed for characters to customize and build their skills over time.
All right, that's fine.
Based off of the flavor and how they play their character.
All right, that's fine. I was just wondering.
Oliver, how do you wish to go about finding yourself either a fencing partner or some place to train?
That's what the test dummies were for.
Oh, okay. So you're going to practice on the test dummies as well.
And that one, whoever the other guy who had a rapier wants to go at it, then hell yeah, let's go at it. There was someone else with a rapier, right?
Yeah, that'd be Skygazer. I will say this for the sake of story, and the fact that hey John, did you have a problem with audio?
Yeah, I accidentally bunched the mic.
Okay. Yeah, there is a mute button on the side of the mic, I think, and a volume.
Yeah, we experienced that earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. So just watch out for your left ear. After constructing the dummies, Lily looks at you and she's like, these would be good for Panzer and all, but if you want to practice your rapier, you really should actually have a real opponent. And reaches into her bag and pulls out her knitting needle.
So obviously, I'm sorry, Lily. Monroe giggles a little bit, like, okay. I'll probably get my ass kicked up somehow.
Okay. Double checking your character sheet here. Let me look here. I don't believe you have any proficiency for rapier.
But I'm Monroe.
Yeah, unfortunately that is not something you gain back from the retrieval of your memories. Being that weapon proficiency is something that is a large portion of it is body memory.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll use leadership.
Wait, can I not even used a rapier then, really?
You can use it.
You just can't use
You
skills.
you can't craft skills, but you can still use the rapier.
Hey.
You're breaking up, Carl. He might be driving into a dead zone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, until he gets back, let us know when you get back, Carl. Panzer, was there anything specific you were trying to do, or are you just flavoring that Panzer needs to blow off some steam?
Yeah, he just really
internet.
needs. There you go. Hey Carl, welcome back.
Yeah, you're
Again.
you're in a bad dead zone, I think, Carl.
Yeah, he just really needs to blow off some steam.
Okay.
Now the straw isn't gonna feel as nice, so it's not gonna get rid of all of it, but it'll help a little bit as he just rips it in half into pieces, and he's just yelling, and people are looking at him very strangely.
Yeah, it's
probably backing away.
There's an area you're doing this pretty much near the stables, setting out stuff in one of the corrals and stuff, and just where horses and other animals are kept. You had to empty one of them out. But
and as it falls to pieces, I jump on top of it. I'm just pounding on the ground.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm an angry boy.
For the sake of, I don't want to role play anything while Oliver doesn't have access to his internet. I get that he's trying to. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yep.
I hear voices.
Yeah,
you're
the ones in my head.
Your internet kind of betrayed you there.
Yeah, yes indeed. I hate mountains.
Okay. Oh, that'll do it.
I love them, but I hate them.
Yep. All right, so
we'll only have one bar, so we'll see.
Yeah, so you're not able to make skills with the rapier because you don't have proficiency yet. You can still wield the rapier, and if you want to just flavor story and stuff and practice it to burn off the afternoon while Panzer beats up straw dummies, you're more than welcome to do that.
One.
So if I like just attacking with, do I roll normally or was it disadvantage?
You roll with a D16. You don't impose disadvantage simply because you don't have a proficiency with a weapon.
So, just to make sure I'm getting this right, disadvantage, so what you're saying is disadvantage only affects you if it's like... So, okay, how does that work?
You go one dice lower. Okay, so normal is 16. So if you're proficient in it and you have disadvantage, you go down to a D16. If your normal is a D16, then you have to roll a D12.
Okay.
Plus whatever.
All right.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, I was very disappointed with that church we found in the Elven palace. I'm gonna go find a real church now in the city.
Oh, that sounds great.
Before you leave the tavern, while you're all in the stable, various people pounding, straw bales and dummies to a pulp, a sketchy-looking figure, hood up, very large cloak. It's not dark, but it's well made. Character comes up to Skygazer and holds out a long hand. It looks like an effeminate hand, but hands you an envelope. And you get from underneath the edge of the hood, you see an effeminate underface, like from the tip of the nose down. Some good lipstick, definite makeup on, pale skin. She simply says, "Your hard work is appreciated, but your leader appears to be indisposed. We will contact you when we need you again. And steps away. I need to edit an item here quick.
I've already taken it off, if that's what you're looking for.
Taking what off?
Forgot what it's called.
The
From
necklace?
the dragon.
Oh, okay. No, not that. This is a coin that you find in your envelope. I just popped it up to show to players. I believe it should have popped up on your screens.
Yeah, I remember looking at that earlier.
Yep. This coin has been given to the party as payment for their services in eliminating the band of thieves in the Askrak hideout.
Great
So
name.
you finally receive your payment. It's been about a month, but Skygazer, you recognize this coin. How many of you guys have seen John Wick?
Me.
I've seen parts of it.
Great movie.
I have, but I don't remember any coin from it.
It's their currency of gold.
Yep. Ezra, have you seen it?
Nope, I
Okay.
can't.
Oh wait,
say
I
no.
know what you're talking about now. Okay.
Yeah. So this is, rather than being a monetary value, it has a representative value of a favor. So you get the idea that, should you need a favor from someone, using it at the right place or location or with the right people, or at least people who have a knowledge of the coin's and meaning, it can be full payment for pretty substantial services. And or
Is there a thumbprint on it?
a thumbprint? No.
Okay.
Why would you ask about the thumbprint?
Because in John Wick, for favors like that, there's usually a blood
No.
fingerprint. Okay.
Nope. So you have a favor as part of the Yakuza.
So I am now gonna start casting it and make copies of it now.
Which would get you in massive amounts of trouble.
Kidding.
And probably get you murdered in a dark alley.
Most definitely.
Oh, I love getting murdered in dark alleys.
I kind of knew you were doing a shadow clone situation there, so I just kind of avoided giving much of a thought to it. So
I pick myself up off the ground, dust myself off. Okay.
Before you get there, Skygazer did say he was going to leave before you get done. So Skygazer does have a little bit of time here.
Okay.
Skygazer, where were you going, and what were you going to look for?
I was going to go to a proper church.
Okay.
And kind of just do some religious stuff, and maybe get to kind of pick some brains on, either religious matters or curses, that sort of thing.
Okay. Are you going to do this specifically in a personal historical situation, or are you trying to research stuff for the party's current quest?
More so for the personal historical side of things. Although if I do find anything on our current situation, that would also be helpful.
Okay.
But primarily it's personal.
Moving through the city, using your umbrella, your hood up to shield you from the harsh sunlight of a desert environment, you eventually do find a less than elaborate church. It looks more like a chapel. This does appear to be a church of the trichotomy. Entering, it is a very plain building on the inside. It has very Catholic church feel, but much less elaborate than you would expect from the interior of a Catholic church.
Almost feels like a monastery to me.
Yeah, kind of like a borderline, we're poor and we're far away from our current, we're very far from the Vatican kind of situation.
Yep.
A lot of the interior is wood, though. For the most part, the primary structure is still stone. There is a priest. His garments are still white, but he does appear to be elven, even though the Trichotomy Church is typically a majority of human people. This gentleman or priest that tends to be running the place does appear to be elven in descent.
I see.
Got to double check chat here. Give me a second. Okay, John's going to be right back. Thank you for the notice. The specific descent of this elf appears to be a standard common elf. A little bit lighter skin than Samal, and person actually has brownish hair tied back in a braid about 20 to 24 inches in length. Still appears to be male. Approaches you and welcomes you. Welcome, my son. Do you
Thank you,
wish
Father.
to receive the penance of the day?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
He welcomes you to the front of the church. Standard procedure is to kneel. He prays over you. A type of communion ceremony, but without the blood of Christ situation. More anoints you with water, mixed with herbs, kind of representing the prayers representing the holiness and the divine power of the church, herbs representing the nature and earth, and water representing the force of life in the world. Basically, it's an elaborate anointing and cleansing ceremony. Something that your character, being a very religious person, would have done hundreds, if not thousands of times over from their childhood. After the ceremony is over, he sets things aside. You would know from standard procedure you may sit here and continue to pray as you please. Otherwise, he steps aside, continues with his work. If you have questions for him, it would not be unusual to approach him directly.
Okay. Perfect. So, Father,
Yes, my son.
I had a couple of questions. I've been out traveling, fairly far distance from home, as as a matter of fact. But I would like to maybe uh, pick your brain a little bit, if I may, about concerning curses. Specifically, have you heard anything about the curse of bloodlust?
Curse of bloodlust is a very unique curse. He sits down in a pew. This isn't the kind of conversation to have standing in a corner. You can choose to sit down next to him if you wish, which
I will do
typically,
so.
according to procedures and proper etiquette, standing in the presence of a priest who is sitting down would be considered rude.
Yeah, no, I will definitely sit down.
Okay. I am going to roll a check for him.
Okay.
Natural 10 and a 4 and a 6 to a total of 20. That's actually really good. You're going to get somewhere. Congratulations. There is a unique combination of situations. Bloodlust is a combination of demonic origins. Typically, bloodlust, blood would be associated with a sin of gluttony. Lust would usually be considered sensual, but combined together in the circle of sins, they meet at a very irregular place, and somewhere in between sensual lust and greed. It is a unique union and one that is not found often from my personal understanding and years of service. You get when he says this, he's probably talking about a couple thousand years.
Mm-hmm.
For an elf, he does look middle to late aged, maybe probably 17-ish hundred years old.
Right.
This form of curse usually doesn't take form until after a person has already indulged in acts of greed and lust and war, spilling of blood for no other reason than the sheer pleasure of doing so. But I have heard rumors of other people inheriting it and or having it placed upon them by dark beings, but those are typically conversations that I would rather not have in the holy presence of the church, let alone anywhere else.
I see. And then, have you ever heard of cures or anything to help stop this curse in the past?
Well, the presence of a bloodlust in a person, typically breaking a curse like this in the most simple terms, if it is not elaborate and very deep, would be broken through a penance. Considering the fact that this particular curse has been formed by a background of greed and lust, one would be best to go to ends or means of cutting themselves off from sources of overabundance and other sensual pleasures, confining themselves to a life of chastity and poverty would be a good start, but curses, true curses, take sometimes a lifetime to break. And oftentimes, even if a curse is countered by practices of such, sometimes they are not fully lifted, and a person lives with it for their life.
Mm.
You get the idea that this isn't the route that you're looking for. One, the person in particular that you're researching for, basically already confined themselves to a certain life and lifestyle that basically, if they turned on their own decision that already caused this curse, would completely defeat the purpose of them doing so in the first place. They already confined themselves to this curse at this point, and ridding them of it by this means would totally defeat the purpose of the choice.
Yep. That it would. That it would. Well, I do thank you, Father. This was some very enlightening conversation. I think I will meditate for a while on a pew in the back, and then I will be on my way. Have a good day.
Go with the blessings of the three. And he steps away and continues among his priestly duties. after you spend your time meditating the back, unless there's any other questions or anything else you wish to do, as you're leaving the church, where would you like to go from here?
I think I'm going to head back to the inn.
Okay.
And you could say I'm going to meditate even more on what I've learned.
Okay. So you already know that the church is probably not going to be able to help you in your particular personal quest. So
Yep.
you're going to be forced to look elsewhere. Once again, your various researches leading to a dead end.
Mm-hmm.
Is John back? I'm gonna take that as a no.
I'm back.
Oh no, there he is. So John, Isaiah, Carl, do either of or any of the three of you have anything else you wish to continue on now that Skygazer has had a moment?
Of course. I need food.
Okay. Food is easily obtained as part of the room's wares and everything. All of that is provided for by Hutan. So it just automatically goes on a tab for Hutan, and Hutan will pay it out of the traveling expenses that the party was given.
Didn't I get us room and board?
You did out of I believe Hutan did pay for it though already. So you would have access to basically free or complimentary meals from the tavern.
Okay.
So pretty sure that Hutan was the one that paid for the 3 rooms when you guys were all listing last session, who was sleeping with who.
No, that was me.
Okay. Well,
With
regardless,
my 2 kegs.
yes, you did some bartering. Yeah, that was okay. Yep.
That was me.
Regardless, that is considered part of the fare for the room. So, you're able to satisfy your stomach and you feel much more revitalized after your meal. Carl, you're currently muted. I'm presuming that you're probably just listening as you're making your way through the mountains.
Precisely. I also put my Bluetooth back on charge. I'm also about to be at my destination, so
Yay! Okay.
Yay.
5 miles away, leading this goddamn delivery.
Yay! All right. Do you or Samal wish to do anything?
Not right now. I'm currently on speaker, so I'm having to hold my phone.
Yep.
So I'm gonna put my phone back down and go back to mute. I'm gonna be unavailable for a little bit.
Okay. Anything you wish to do, Isaiah?
Crap, I forgot I'm muted. Oh my gosh,
So if you
actually
said anything
stupid.
in the last 5 to 10 minutes, we haven't heard a thing you said.
Well, well that's great. I said a lot of actually really interesting stuff and had ideas, and now I'm not willing to repeat 15 hours of literature. So okay, I'm just gonna say yes. I do have something I'd like to do.
So I will say this. Having silence during a single specifically Skygazer's personal roleplay time was actually really nice of the rest of you. Sometimes interrupting with funny jokes and other things like that can break the atmosphere. So I will say the
Yeah.
atmosphere was really good. So congratulations, you guys.
I wasn't talking during it, by the way.
Okay. Anyway, Samal, it is your turn in initiative, so to speak, because you're at the top of the list.
Okay. Okay, so my character, though I have not said much. Wait, oh crap. Am I allowed to talk about backstory?
You.
Or should I try to keep that to a minimum?
So
Like
I don't
My
believe
personal trait.
you haven't written your backstory yet.
Well,
Have
not backstory. I meant like personal trait. Am I allowed to talk
you?
about
You're allowed to talk about that all you want.
Okay.
The option
Okay.
is there if you wish to hold secrets from the party for the reason of story or your own character's
Is there a way
development.
for me and this is not with any of the other people really knowing or paying attention because they're all doing their own stuff, whatever they're doing.
Yep.
But is there a way for me to get on the roof?
With your proficiency in acrobatics, I would say burn a proficiency point and make an acrobatics check, and we'll
I'll do that.
say make a skill for scaling a wall. I don't know.
I'll do that.
Parkour.
Wall scaling.
Call it parkour or something like that. I don't know.
Parkour.
Yeah.
Did you say agility?
Yeah. That is an agility check, and you have acrobatics
wow.
as an entertainer. So.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, 24. You are successful. Even though it's a 2-story building, you go to the aisle and it's just like Prince of Persia. It's wall to wall to wall to wall, and grab the roof slats and flip yourself up. You are the Arabian on the rooftops.
Okay, so everyone else, is busy during the day, but my character stops, and silence fills the air as she listens for the wind.
Okay. Roll an observance check.
Observance.
And you may have advantage for story purposes.
Eh.
I believe you just rolled it, so that's a 20. So you have a Pocahontas moment. The wind seems to blow you to the west.
Oh, okay. That is exactly what I was looking for, actually. Thank you.
Okay.
And I guess I go back down. That's funny because that was exactly what I was looking for.
So here's this. With your skills in acrobatics and parkour, you are not confined to moving along the route on the streets.
Really? Oh.
You could literally Assassin's Creed this and, go rooftop to rooftop. I'm just presenting that opportunity because it would
Now I want to do that.
it would be a much quicker way to follow the guidance of the wind.
Alrighty.
You would lose your connection to it on the ground in Kansas City.
True. I realized this.
Yes.
From a voice that tells me I'm mad.
It is natural instinct.
Natural instinct. And I then actually start heading west from rooftop. Do I have to roll again?
Yeah, roll an agility check just for general as you move through the city.
Alright, yeah. Agility, where are you?
And we'll count the D20 roll.
Yeah.
That's 24. Okay. Yeah, kind of hard to fail when it's your when it's one of your proficiencies. You end up moving, following the wind, running, leaping across slate, clay, rooftop shingles, jumping onto various balconies, running on balustrades. You are parkouring it over large gaps and across the rooftops. Sometimes even walking across tightrope wires where people are hanging their laundry.
Oh.
There is the bustle of the city below. There are children playing in alleyways, mothers yelling at their husbands for being out drinking too late. You get from this angle of the city, you get a little bit more of people's personal lives because people don't expect someone to be listening from their roof or looking from the edge up above. They're used to being above the street and not seeing their personal lives exposed to someone from this point of view. You have a much different point of view of the world from the rooftops versus down below. Eventually, the wind slows and you stop and you find yourself next to a large building. Looks like it's government run. And it has very large windows, multiple floors, and inside there are hundreds of books. It is a library. see various
See.
scholars moving about inside, and you find you do see a balcony that you could leap to and enter in a way other than the front entrance if you wish to.
That. Hmm. I think it'd be less alarming if I went from the bottom, to be completely honest. So I think I'll probably go through the door.
Okay. You make your way down back into the streets. It's not that hard to do. Couple kids in the alleyway when you go wall to wall again to break your fall
Yeah.
and roll along the ground. There's just a couple girls there with their dolls, and they look at you, and there's this like moment of wow. Immediately, as you're leaving the hall, children start mimicking, their pretend dolls and stuff suddenly become action figures, and they have
Yeah.
new inspiration for their imaginations for the day. Entering
Yeah.
through the primary entrance, I would like you to make a charisma check.
Got it. Where's the... There.
Okay. That would be a 20. With your finery and your jewels and your overall thirsty look. Let's see if my boy can handle himself. Nope.
Oh no.
Natural one.
What?
The as you enter, there's a clerk at the front desk, and he looks at you. Even though you're dressed in, long flowing silks, there is a lasciviousness to your character, and he just averts his eyes and does not take a moment to consider, maybe I shouldn't let this person in. You have free reign
Yeah.
of the library.
All right. So this is a library.
Yep.
All right. So
This is
this is kind of my character talking to themselves, but I'm kind of thinking that, so the wind led me here, so that means it has to do something with something. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think what I'd be looking for. I guess I could always kind of go with that like protagonist luck, and like go in and just literally peruse until somehow stumbles on the right thing.
Okay.
I might go with that approach.
So you decide to go where the wind may take you, which is actually quite a standard trait of
Yeah.
someone who follows the wind.
Yeah.
There may not be a particular breeze in the library, but you just end up perusing.
Yeah.
For the sake of good character choice, I'm just going to reward that. I'm not going to put a dice roll on it. You eventually, wandering through the tight shelves, looking at various, for the most part, scrolls.
All right.
Books are hard to come by in this day and age, and if they are, they're usually put in some place where there's going to be less situation of um, just someone from the general public having access to it because they're so valuable.
Yeah.
Tons of scrolls, but as you come around one of the corners, you're looking to your left, and someone from your right bumps into you. There
Oh,
is
pardon.
there is a young elf man, probably you're looking at about 180, 190 years
Okay.
old. He's a youth. And he's got the best word I can use to describe him on the short term is a nerd.
Uh-oh.
He's got large glasses, imperfections in his skin, kind of got some freckles. He's a rare ginger for
Oh.
elves. This is rare. But he's sitting here. He does have some scholarly robes on, and when he bumps into you, he drops his scrolls on the ground. Some of them roll down the space in between, just unraveling like scrolls like to do.
Yeah.
And it goes about 15, 16 feet, and there's Elvis script all over them. And oh, I'm sorry, I am so sorry. Pardon me. Just his glasses bends over, bumps into you again. He starts picking up his scrolls, and he trips over one of the scrolls to try to pick up the one that's rolling out, and it just rolls out farther. And he starts chasing it down the space in between the shelves.
I'll assist him in picking them up, especially if it means maybe scouring and seeing something. You know.
Okay. You pick up you pick up a few of the scrolls. He seems to be a history student.
Oh.
This does look like a person. He looks like he's probably, from the titles of some of the scrolls that you look at, some of the papers that he's written down things on his own parchment. Um, you he quickly tries to clean up an ink spill from the inkwell that he ended up dropping. And just
Yeah.
a few drops came out of it and splattered on one of the shelves, and he just takes a piece of the parchment and starts trying to absorb it off of the shelf and the couple specks on the carpet. And oh dear me, I just and he finally he adjusts his glasses and looks up, and he is dumbstruck. And there's that gulp moment.
Yeah.
He's like, "Pardon me, so sorry." Then he just kind of, "Thank you," and takes his scrolls and starts to
Yeah.
continue walking.
Yeah. Did I see anything that could have been in use, or was it just his history stuff?
Well, since players forget things out of games, so I'll give you a reminder. Um, the witch did tell you to start your journey by searching through the histories.
Can I roll observance here,
Um,
or is it too late?
for what?
So when I was picking up the scrolls, my character was probably skimming through them, cause obviously not like slowly to look like, but just as she was picking them up, just seeing as what she could see.
Okay, so for the sake of the gentleman puts down his scrolls on a table set out for reading and stuff. There's like a little section in the back of the desk where the chair is to set
Yeah.
scrolls so they won't roll all over the place.
Yeah.
They're just little like U shapes carved into the wood. And as he puts them down, he kind of you notice, what's like a young man, trying to look at something that he knows he shouldn't look at. You catch him
Oh.
glancing back at you out of the corner of his eye and turning red and looking down again, and then he notices you're still holding one of his scrolls.
Yep.
And you're reading it. And nothing pops out of the page, but it's, historical records from the country of Leanne,
Yeah.
some of the other countries. And he's like, "Oh, are you one of those people who have interest in historical events?" You get the idea that he's kind of preening himself just for a moment. Maybe you share something in common that he's, maybe he can win this woman's heart by showing off his intelligent side.
Um, trying to think of how to word this. Come on.
I will
Not to,
for the sake of gameplay, because I feel like you're I feel like you might need a little help remembering things, but for the sake of
yeah.
story and quest, your party is currently quested with finding a woman by the name of Arachni, who was
Oh, okay.
a weaver and a
Yep.
seamstress.
All right. Like, I'll be like, as a matter of fact, in a sort of way, I am.
Do you have any in particular eras you like to study? I myself like to study the reunion of the Lian Empire, the building up of the palace,
What
and all of the
Would
things
I
going
know?
about that time.
Sorry. Would I know what era I'm looking like?
You wouldn't know what era of history this would be coming in, but you get the idea that if the person is still alive,
More modern.
you're looking in the past. If we're looking at an elf, you're talking probably the past 2-ish thousand years.
All right.
So anywhere from the year 15,000 to the current year is 17,102, I believe, is the
All
current
right.
year. So sometime in
Uh,
probably the last 11 to
okay.
2,100 years.
I respond with anywhere from 1500 onward.
So a little bit more modern then. Yeah. So what
Anyway.
what about that particular history era interests you? Perhaps our advances in science, or um, perhaps the union of countries, especially maybe the High Elven Empire coming to a more prominent power in the world.
Wait, she was part of that, right? She's part of the Elven Empire.
You are part of, for the sake of, let me pull up.
Because I'm part of what's it called?
You
The
are
desert.
you are from Nestadia. It is
Yeah, that's
south of
okay.
the High Elven Empire. It is less of an actual country, more than
Okay.
just a wild land where a particular race of elves tend
Yeah.
to gravitate to.
All right. What? Okay. Do I know what is Arachni part of the High Elves? Like we're with that, or not High Elves, the Elven Empire that like here around this area. Shit,
You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know that. Okay,
No,
that's what I was wondering.
when we did our check earlier, I believe
Oh, okay.
when we determined if anyone knew who Arachne was, nobody knew.
Yeah, we all failed that. Um, I so his question was about modern. Oh, is it modern? eh,
He questioned you. He brought a couple themes or topics of more
All
modern
right.
history.
All
But
right.
he's probe. You get the idea that he's trying to probe you and try to find out what you're interested in. What are you looking for?
Trying to probe you.
I'm trying to figure.
Slap Carl and John in the background. What did I just say 20 minutes ago about keeping your horny comments to yourself in the background? This is
Hey, I've been
this
quiet this whole time, but that one was too priceless.
this
Ike is up.
this is some Malls church time. But anyway, yes, I agree.
Anyway,
That was pretty priceless.
that was very good. Anyway, but yeah, I I'm okay. I'm trying to figure out again. This is personal character speaking. Whether or not it's safe to say, like how specific I can be. That's what my character's trying to figure out. Because I don't
He
want to be like blunt and just be like, oh yeah, I'm looking for this person, and then turns out, wait, that was a mistake.
I would say you don't in story have any reason as of right now to think
Okay,
that looking for this particular person or a person by
it's
this name
weird or
is
anything.
going to be a problem because you don't know
Okay,
who this person is.
yeah. Okay, so I guess my character will be like, instead of she kind of dodges the question and throws a question at him,
Okay.
with a like she pauses afterward, probably most like a very slight 5 second awkward silence, but then she throws a question at him with, "Have you heard of an Arachne?"
Let me double check. Knowledge check for this guy. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Wow, rolled a 19. Okay. I want to say that I might have heard that name in one of my studies. That would be a person, would it not?
Yes, she would. A weaver,
Hmm.
as she's known for.
Weaver. There's a particular region, grasslands in the north. Um, regional history in the last 1500 years. I might know where that is. Let's go check it out. And
Yeah.
he
Being the
he's
nerd.
going to do this with disadvantage.
Okay.
But he's gonna go for your arm to lead you through the place.
Uh-oh. Got to roll for death.
We got your thirsty elf situation here, so
Oh wait, I forgot. I have
I
to...
need your resolve check with disadvantage.
Okay. Oh no.
That's a 10. And he rolled a 15.
Uh-oh.
So he finds himself very happy to be leading this beautiful woman through the library, and it's almost like he's on his first date with this really hot chick who's totally interested in his history, and
Definitely.
all the jocks are going to be jealous of him now.
Oh yeah.
But he leads you to a section of periodic history, and more specifically, he looks. You follow him. It takes about 25-30 minutes as he's
Okay.
just kind of talking about various topics as he's looking through the lists.
Yeah.
Just it's small talk. He's going on and on and on. It's somewhat boring, but you get
By the way,
this.
I've said nothing the entire time.
Yeah, you get this vibe of intelligence. The guy
Yeah.
definitely knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But he eventually goes through historical regions of textiles,
Oh,
and the textile industry for the country of Leanne. And he goes specifically to the cotton trade.
okay.
About the period of time, how history talks about, the cotton gin being developed. Pretty much everybody learns about that in school. Something similar was developed here in Leanne, particularly about cotton was used as a tool or as a textile previous years, but it didn't really take off well until about 1,500 years ago, when a young seamstress weaver by the name of Arachni developed a machine that could automate the removal of the fibers of cotton from the seed. And since it sped up the production of cotton fibers, it made cotton fabrics much, much less expensive. And thus the trade took off, and people could now sell cotton in higher volume, and make it more readily available. But it was developed in a city by the name of Icourt. IAQO. Oh, Icoquet. I'm sorry, I read it wrong. IAQOKT. Which, cross-referencing it on a map that's available, painted across the entire wall at the end of the library, because elves do nothing in small amounts. You see that it's about 3 to 4 weeks travel north.
Okay. So where I'm looking, as you just said. So I'm looking at the map right now. So we're in the end. So we'd have to go
Yep.
up here.
You would basically take the river up to this point here, and
Alright.
then go cross country via trade route to Icourt.
Alrighty.
Or Icoquet.
And now I know this information.
Yep.
Okay. I thank him for everything he's done.
Okay.
And with a pretty decently fast pace, mostly because my character's pretty excited about their findings, head back to the inn.
For the sake of, as you're thanking him, he's like, yeah, it's quite fascinating, actually. We could talk about it more over at dinner, per se, if you wish. And I'm
Oh
gonna need
no.
you to make a resolve check.
I have. Oh no. I have a negative here. This isn't fair. Okay, here we go. Please don't. Oh. Whoa. Oh.
Natural 1.
My character. I'm gonna just tell you flat out. Couldn't resist. They're like, you're joking.
Oh,
Is this a question?
He's intelligent. He's gonna have intelligent
Yeah, like,
conversation during dinner, and he's gonna treat you to dinner.
like he's buying. I'm poor. Like, I'll take. Yeah, heck yeah.
There's
There's no like
thoughts of immediately reporting this information to the rest of the party have gone out the window,
dissipated.
and you have an interesting date for the evening, 2 nights in a row.
Okay, well, my character's now gone for the.
So, we'll go ahead and leave you on the back burner, and I won't make you roleplay any of that if you wish. And I think for the
No
sake of the
thanks.
rest of the party members, we'll leave that out to the back window too. Though I will make you roll one more resolve check.
Oh no. Okay. Here we go. This is getting.
Oh my word.
Did you
Oh,
just
am
roll
I
one
dead?
again?
2. No. Okay,
Oh,
there it is.
that's
Okay.
a 12 versus a 26.
Oh my lord.
Someone's not coming back until the next morning.
My character is having probably the best night of her from the past 5 to 20 years. I'm gonna make it broad. This is probably the best night in all that time, except for last night. We're not going to talk about that. other than
Jock Panzer, did you hear that? The nerd beat the jock for once. Are you there, John?
No, just I'd say it was equal. It's equal. It's equal. It was pretty good.
I think John
Are
is
you sure?
AFK right now.
Uh-oh.
Either that or he's sulking.
Oh,
I
he's here,
can't
he's
tell
here.
which.
Hello. We hear you now.
Were you there, John? Or did you hear what was going on?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it almost it almost peaks it.
Yeah.
They're pretty close.
Yeah, and a random ginger nerd who gets bullied a lot finally has something to one up on everybody else.
Let's be honest though, for my character, the ginger helps a lot. Like, that was one of the strong suits, to be honest, for that guy.
Bucket list crossed off.
Giant
Yep, that was
crossed off.
All right. Well,
I don't think any less of you, Panzer. Don't worry.
I'm so hurt right now.
I'm sorry. Listen, man.
The price you pay to advance the story.
Listen, to be fair, I
price.
rolled terribly. I couldn't do anything about it.
A small price to pay for salvation.
When you roll on that one, I'm sorry, you can't, like, I can't just be like, it was an okay night. No, I rolled a nat 1. Of course I got crit.
All right. Well, for the rest of the evening, we'll jump back to Panzer. You have eaten. You have beaten the crap out of a number of straw bale people.
Just one.
Okay. What now? Ezra, I do not get your comment in Discord. I don't understand.
As you kept mispronouncing "I courting."
Oh, ha 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 ha.
You were.
I'm gonna just have to overlay a new name over top of that city.
Yeah.
They're randomly generated names, and some of them don't exactly follow the greatest word line for English speaking. So,
was that hideout randomized too?
No, it was just, it developed over time because of, me coming up with a general idea of what the geography would look like, and then I didn't realize at the time how it would be described verbally, and then I was like, oh, I've shot myself in the foot with this one.
Just curious.
Yeah. Anyway, Panzer, so what would you wish to do for the rest of the evening if you had anything else to do?
Of course, I have something to do. I'm gonna go to church, an actual church, not a cult.
So you find the same chapel that um, Skygazer ended up finding before. The same description for the priest that is operating it. Being that your heritage is not typically akin to the practices of the church, and the church not knowing or historically having any knowledge of whether or not you're considered a divine race, you are not immediately offered the penance of the day.
I've been to a couple of churches.
Wait,
and
quick
I'm
question.
almost part of a church.
Wait, what do you mean divine race? I'm confused.
We'll get to that in the lore afterwards.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Just because you've been to other churches does not automatically tell this guy that you're, allied with the Church of the Trichotomy or any of that other stuff. He's basically seeing an outsider. It's like a Jew walking into a Baptist church or an
What's
Arab.
the church's name again?
It is a branch of the church, the Trichotomy.
Trichotomy.
Yeah, it's the same religious group that rules in Shrakar that Murthanel served.
Yes. Yeah. Now I'm sad. Okay. Good day to you. I have a couple of questions I hope you can help me with.
I would be more than happy to answer any questions you have.
The trichotomy has helped. I would say I'm almost part of it, of that church. Are a lot of churches related to each other?
This particular chapel is is an offshoot of the Holy Trichotomy, based out of Shrakar.
I take my sword sheath. Does this mean anything to you?
Considering that it's usually wrapped up in linens, are you unwrapping it?
Yes.
Okay. Forgive me, I did not realize you were one of the holy servants. How can I assist you?
Somebody was controlling my body.
That is a disturbing situation. Where did you end up having this happen? Who was it?
It was at the palace, and I asked for a church, and they brought me there.
Oh, yes.
It was horrible.
The Anashari have ties to the demonic realm and often ally themselves with devils. If you wish, we can have a cleansing ceremony. It may make you feel better spiritually.
Like when I had the crystal taken out of me?
Are you saying this in person? Because
In person.
not all characters or persons of the church know about that, and they did specifically say that even though you're talking to other members of the church, they not a lot of people in the church know about that, and it is considered a secret.
Oh, is it? Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
It was almost 7 months ago that this session was taken care of, so occasionally got to remind my players of minor details.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Is there a way to stop it from happening again?
Situations of pious meditation.
Meditation did not help.
Reciting of the Holy Scriptures. Constant prayer.
When I meditate, they see my memories. And then I see yellow eyes looking at me. I'm afraid to meditate again. It's horrible. I don't think I'll ever be able to meditate again.
Why don't you sit down? Do you sit?
Yes.
Okay. I was not always a priest in this church. I grew up in a pious family, and there were times in my life when my rebellious ways led me astray. And I fell in with the cult that you encountered. I still bear marks to this day from the years that I served under them. And for a time, the power and thrill of control, or the ideal of believing that I was in control of something, was enough to keep me going, even though the existence was less than enjoyable. It took me many years to fall into a state of despair enough that I crawled back. And to this day, there are times when I find myself afraid to enter a place of spiritual meditation for that exact reason. But my fears have never been validified. And every time I do it, I have found that I am once again built up and edified towards the divine. I do not believe it would be wise to avoid your spiritual obligations out of fear, because this is truly the weapon that devils and demons use against us. Do not be afraid to take action because of the results. Be afraid not to take action and never have any good results. Pats you on the shoulder. You are welcome to stay and pray here for the night if you wish.
Thank you. Oh, I will.
So,
I hold my sword, and I place my spear on top of it as well. I just look like a crazy person.
kind of just
And
setting them in your lap, both of the weapons.
they're like in my hands, and like my elbows are on my knees,
Okay.
and I'm holding them kind of in front of my face, and my head is just on top of them.
Okay. For the sake of, you may roll a resolve check if you wish. That would be an 8.
Excuse me. Yes, that is an 8.
You are not, and you do not encounter any other dark experiences or disturbing imagery like you were earlier today. But unfortunately, the presence of, or the being in a holy structure per se does not aid either. and you pass the night in silent prayer. You will take a point of exhaustion, considering now that you have gone 2 days without sleeping.
Mhm.
Um,
Gonna roll a fortitude.
no, I'm not going to give you that option this time. But you end up returning. You end up returning to the inn in the morning, exhausted and feeling like it would be best if maybe you went to bed until probably 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
I do so.
Okay. Carl, have you stopped at your location yet? Still got us on mute, so I'm going to presume probably not.
Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Okay. So yeah, I just went ahead and finished up at the Cosine here. Just got my trailer, just got checked out, and about to go through. In about a minute, I'll be going through the security gate, and then 2.7 miles away, I'll be stopped.
Okay. Considering different spots, and it looks like we're going to be going into a next day, unless Ezra had something that he wanted to run with his character.
I was gonna say my character is kind of held up at the moment, if you know what I'm saying.
Pretty much. We're gonna go ahead and take our break because I'm feeling hungry and I have an energy drink in me, so I'm burning calories that I don't have.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and get some food. Give Carl time to take a break. Get himself settled. Maybe even get a bite to eat from something or somewhere before you pile into the back of your truck. So let's plan to meet back here. I'm gonna just be on mute on my headphones for the next 25 to 30 minutes. So let's plan to be back here
7:20
at 7:15 to 7:20.
All
I
right.
mean, 8:15 to 8:20.
I'm sorry, 8.
Oh yeah.
8:15 to 8:20. Yeah, you need you to use your time machines and go back.
Well,
Can
actually,
I
for
borrow
me,
yours?
that would be. Right now, it's 5:50 for me. So.
Okay.
Oh, well.
All right.
But anywho,
So,
let's go ahead and take a break. I'm gonna leave the stream on standby,
all right.
and then I'm just gonna mute myself, so I'll still be here, and I'll see you guys in about 25-30 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
The brakes on this trailer are crazy. I can't tell if they're just really strong or they're fucked up. Every time I hit the brakes, it's just like stop. I'm like, holy fuck. Perfect. Okay, you too. Oh, the fucking heart.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello. What?
How's it going, Ezra?
Going all right.
That's good. Got some leftovers from Christmas dinner yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
so.
Nice.
Now I'm just waiting on Carl and John to show back up.
That's been seems pretty typical.
Yep.
I think I just saw the most overly exaggerated eye crying expression ever in a manga or anime ever. So you know how usually they'll get teary eyed and stuff like that when they're crying. And it's a very emotional scene and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so they literally have tears shooting out of their eyes, like as if their eyes are spitting out their tears instead of it just being tears. Their eyes are spitting the tears, and you're just like,
The fudge?
That's something I want to see. Do you have a picture of it?
Projectile crying.
You need to post a
yeah.
picture of this. I want to see this.
It's unfortunately it's not a picture actually. It's on a YouTube video.
Can't you take a picture of your screen?
I could, otherwise
I
I
want to
can
see
find the
what you're
clip.
talking about. That's very intriguing.
It was very yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
hello.
let's see if I can get something about this. Ah, hello there. We have Jen
Hello
at least.
General Kenobi! It never gets old.
Oh my gosh.
I love when they did the Winnie the Pooh meme when they did that.
I'm gonna have to look that up next, but not right at this minute. Okay, where's my snip program? Oh, there it is. Snip and sketch.
All right.
Post in general.
We gonna start without Carl?
Okay.
Is he going to be okay with it?
He says I'm gonna be busy for a while, going to
Oh,
try to
okay.
hurry. So.
Well, then we might as well just at least
801.
do like, our, not to use up extra time, but if we could do like a very, very minor recap just to refresh
Okay.
where we're sitting.
Oh, it just occurred to me. I totally got to pull a map camera back up. Give me a second. Boink. There we go. All right. So you forgot that happened so fast already, huh?
Well, I didn't forget. Here's the thing. I know what happened, but details are details. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh my.
Okay, that is kind of funny.
Oh wait, that hat. That's from
My Hero Academia.
My Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Projectile crying. Leave it to
That's
My Hero
the-
Academia to do that.
That's the kid who Deku saves from the muscle guy, right?
No.
Yeah.
That's the same guy that hits him in the nuts.
Oh
That's,
yeah. Yeah.
It's the same guy. You're both describing the same person with
No,
with a different
no.
personality.
It is not
Yeah.
the same. He should only be known.
Destroyer of
He's
nuts.
he's the man who made Deku forever virgin. He can no longer be.
No, he's the reason why he's a female now.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, seriously, gender bender without the surgery, like, dude, he went all out there. That man like went into like the negative zone, quantum realm.
The quantum. Are
Okay.
we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh,
Great.
hey guys.
Great. Love it.
Oh, jeepers.
It's not like anyone watches the stream.
I mean,
And
we
then
actually
someone actually texts in the chat, I'm watching the stream.
we actually had someone watching earlier, so
Oh, sweet. That's actually really dope.
yeah. Anywho, so you guys started doing your research. You guys started looking around, looking for leads, looking for information.
Yep.
Give me a second.
I'm asleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a nap after the game tonight. Yeah. The I'm still not completely recovered from Christmas cooking.
Oh yeah.
Came out great.
Thank you. Panzer and I'm still okay. while we're
Jamal.
not, while we don't have everyone here, everybody go to the top right hand corner of the tools area, go to settings, and actually type in under display name your character name, please, so that I could just look at that.
I'm gonna save that as the name, but I'm gonna double check quick. Do you want me to do the full name or just the first name?
Samal, or just the simple one name.
I'll just do my first name,
Yeah.
just so then it's easier.
Wait, what?
Actually, wait, I have an idea. I'll do. There you go. Because as my character's name has 3 S's. It's where is it? It's Samal Sunadan Sorojanda. It's a very long name. We went with the triple S.
It could be worse.
It could be. I love the DM of Terror. That is the best thing ever. DM of Terror.
Panzer, you still there?
Yep.
You gotta hit save name after you put Panzer in there.
What?
Okay, you weren't paying attention. Go to upper right hand corner of your screen on Roll20. Hit settings.
Yep.
Go down to display name and type in Panzer instead of John S. That way I can keep track of who is who and actually call them by their given name. There we go. Thank you. Or have Carl do that when he gets back. Anyway. So, you guys asked for religious services while in the palace. Did not get the religious services you were anticipating. Ended up getting mixed in. John. Thank you.
Well, actually,
Are you the only one that saw that?
I think I was the only one that saw that.
Awesome. Yes.
Saw what?
Never mind.
Okay.
John's just being, dropping crude jokes since Carl's not here.
Okay.
That was good.
But Panzer, didn't you learn something about the priest?
Give me a minute. I'm still recapping.
Oh, sorry.
I'm asleep though. So
have your patience. So, Panzer got in a little deeper than he was comfortable with, and Samal ended up almost volunteering for partaking in, cult rituals as payment for information that they actually did need.
Yep.
Which it would have been a lot harder if you hadn't have gone there. But congratulations, you took the easy route. Or I should say you found the secret door in the plot holes.
Yes.
But pardon me, sorry. After that, Skygazer ended up going for his weekly religious services, or daily, depending on his habits. Found another dead end for his personal quest at the church. Panzer beat a straw man to death to release his rage. Monroe thought about doing some fencing and swordsmanship, and Lily offered to be his opponent with a knitting needle, which was comical enough in and of itself. And he almost got stabbed in the foot for laughing at her. But let's see here, what else we got? Panzer ended up going to church as well, the same church, and ended up having a much different experience with the priest. And Samal ended up going to the library and ended up falling prey to the wiles of
A young
a
lad.
skinny elf nerd.
Yep. But
Be-
hey, dude, he's
be-
kind of ginger though.
Yeah, because she's got a weak spot for gingers apparently.
Yeah.
That was the last thing I was expecting to hear. I mean, I dated a ginger for a while, but holy crap, Isaiah.
Listen.
All right, thank goodness my airbrush paints have been shipped finally. They've been in the
Oh, nice.
they've been in the middle of the shipping process for a few days now
Oh, wow.
because of Christmas and everything. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
it's like they stopped the conveyor belt for Christmas, and it was
Yeah.
stuck on the conveyor belt.
Oh,
So
that sounds about right.
yeah, I'm getting hard paints for doing airbrushing of miniatures and
Yeah.
other such plastic models. Well,
Other such qualities.
anyway, since Carl is technically still busy, he's probably doing laundry or something. We'll go ahead and jump back into it because I am tired, and when it comes
Yeah.
time to quit tonight, I'm quitting because I'm gonna probably take another couple-hour nap because I've been up since probably
Yeah.
about 10 a.m. and that's
Yeah.
like 5 hours too early for me. So, but we'll start the day with everyone packing up to leave their rooms.
Except me.
I arrived back.
And yeah,
Yes.
Samal ends up arriving back to enter her room to deal with the daily issues of changing and whatever, to find a giant hunk of Panzer asleep in the bed. It's just this giant mound under the blankets. It's more like a blanket fort with pillows and stuff because he's
Oh,
used
I
to
see.
burying himself.
Yeah.
So
I'm holding on to my weapons.
so
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
chances are good, he would have actually slept under the bed.
Yeah.
But that would be extremely creepy.
Yeah.
Just nothing but a tail poking out the side.
Yeah.
I'm suddenly seeing Tigger from the Mini Adventures of
Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I can still see your tail. Okay, he's gone. But
yeah.
so Panzer is dead asleep, so there's no waking him up. But you have Skygazer to talk to at the moment until Panzer wakes up. So if there's anything the two of you wish to talk about,
I mean, I actually will head over to him because I actually remember that I actually learned something. Wow. So I head over to him, and okay, so I head over to him. If you have a moment,
Yes.
it
What do you?
appears that I have learned something as of recently. Yesterday, I conversed with the wind. I don't know how else to word that. Just Joey, if you have a better way of wording that. I
I
conversed
mean,
with the
that sounds just about as reasonable as any other
yeah.
person.
Yeah, I conversed with the wind, and the wind had led me west to to a library. There I found what I believe to be our destination, our next destination.
Okay.
You see, I I looked into the. You can tell you can also really tell it's obvious that she's dodging what actually happened, and she's kind of just like extreme summarizing it slash lying. But um, basically, I was
notice
going.
that?
I was going. I was.
Roll a resolve check. I would say roll a stealth check, and Skygazer, roll an observance check.
Because she's trying to hide what actually happened. She's just trying to be like, oh, I learned something. Okay, stealth. There you go.
As a 16 to a 20.
Oh, okay, it's obvious.
There's some definite
Something happened.
details she's leaving out.
But yeah, what I learned is the up north. There's a place called it was Le Court. Is that the one?
It's Iakokit. Iakokit.
A place up north called Yakokit. There, I believe we may find what we're seeking.
And how exactly did you come across this information?
Well, she kind of kind of pauses.
She's
You,
only been
she
with
has
this.
that glint. She has a glint in her eye and kind of bites her lip, but then goes back to her leisurely way and is like, "Oh, never mind that. Just make sure that we share this information with the rest of the party when they're all up and ready."
Just
And
desperately
she
trying to
leaves.
make sure that
Uh-huh.
the party doesn't find out she's a pretty slutty elf within the first
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
I just kind of Skygazer just kind of sits there,
He's like, "Bruh,
blinking a couple of times, and he just goes,
okay."
"Oh dear, we've got ourselves
That's amazing.
one mess of an elf to deal with."
That's the right answer. But yeah, that's the end of that
So,
measure if you want to do anything.
Yes, I'm going to after Samal leaves, he pulls out his book of demonic curses once again. He's going to once again see if he can glean any information about this bloodlust curse that he's been so desperately trying to uncover facts about.
okay.
Probably another observance.
Yep. 21. You stupid.
I know, right?
Well, thankfully, you finally find some information.
Nice.
Um, you, how do I put this? You get the summary that the curse's origin pretty much sums up the same thing that the priest told you yesterday.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, the book does not have any good resources as to a suggested cure or how to alleviate the curse. Now, you would know by your history and your character's backstory that this curse was voluntarily accepted.
Okay, I'm back.
Thank
He's
God.
back.
And you get the idea that, from the various details that you read, if the curse was voluntarily accepted, the only known way for that curse to be removed is if it is voluntarily accepted by someone else the same way.
I see.
So,
I call upon God to strike this curse down and get rid of it.
I don't think you have that much clerical power.
I do now.
I mean, for the
kidding.
sake of you're sitting there at the table, Skygazer, would you converse this information that you're reading from the book while everyone's sitting around the table drinking tea and coffee to wait for Panzer to wake up?
Drawn brew.
For the Slooty Elf?
Yep.
Not even 1 o'clock yet. It's not even noon yet, and you're already into the ale. Shame on you.
Okay, listen.
Wow, thirsty on so many levels.
Oh,
Okay.
you know,
Oh
you know
my.
it. You know it.
I'll have an ale, please. Brings over a teacup with ale. I said an ale.
Yeah,
A mug. Looks and he's like, brings back a mug of ale. Thank you. Downs it in one shot. Puts it down. Another! Guy's like, oh, fudge.
As you can tell, my character has a decently high alcohol tolerance.
Most of your skills don't require being, exactly 100% physically fit.
True.
Oh dear. Anyways.
So, yeah, amongst your reading, do you share any of your findings or any of your stuff with your party?
Well. Actually. I look up and I look to Oliver and go, so Oliver, tell me, where does our party technically have its residence?
It's resident.
Shakar, I believe.
Yes, like a home. Or do you not have a home base?
We have a home base.
I see. I was just wondering. I'm kind of waiting to meet up with my long lost love, who just happens to be at your residence at the moment, so.
Huh.
Anywho.
Is there anything that you would like to do, Oliver, before Panzer wakes up? You have a few hours in the morning.
In that case. In that case.
Wait.
Kinda close. I'm gonna go suck Pander's dick.
Well, what
Good
the
luck with that
fudge?
one.
No, I'm going shopping. I need more supply.
What's the difference?
All right. For the sake of brevity, unless you wish to role play a scenario of shopping.
No, I can just go get supply.
Yep. You go
Good.
ahead and just use a regular writing down of the regular costs and refill for the correct amount of silver from yours or the party fund.
Okay. So 50, that'd be 42 there. And then save. Oh, every time I do that, it brings up the fucking calendar, and it's annoying. Oh, okay.
I don't know why it
I've
would
like
bring up a calendar every time you do
I
something.
close every time I close something. Okay, it didn't do it that time. Good. So that's 50 plus 48. That's not 42. So 92. 92 silver. I need.
Okay.
Subtract. Because I am topping that cart off full of committed supplies with that supply chest.
All right. So you're topping off all of the supplies that you have in your
My
wagon
inventory,
and your wagon and your
and then
inventory.
yeah, so I'll have 100 in the wagon and 50 on me, and I won't go very far.
So while you are walking through the city getting supplies and whatnot, particularly at stores of chemicals and whatnot, Lily does spend a little bit of the party fund out and ends
Okay,
up buying.
I'm currently in it. You want me to go ahead and edit it for you?
Sure. She ends up buying 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Oh.
10, That would be 5 gold worth of first aid supplies for Sue.
Well, that's a good.
Okay.
So basically bought 10 uses of a first aid kit.
Okay.
That I will keep track of. And then,
Those would be very helpful.
how much is left in the party's copper fund?
153.
Okay, she spends 100 copper pieces on a box that you do not know what the contents is as of yet, unless you ask her about it.
I'm going to ask her, like,
But what's in the box?
yeah.
While Sue is holding it, and she's like, "It's a game to play later while we're on the road because sometimes riding in the back of the wagon is boring as heck."
Mm.
And Sue holds it up, and it is a metal chess set.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
that's awesome.
So it's not like super expensive, but it is a feasibly durable chess set. And yeah, she's got a game for the party to play as they travel.
Nice.
So
That is really cool, actually. Yeah.
so anywho, other than that, Lily finishes her shopping. That's right. I double check the calendar date. I need to actually have a note in here that shows the current date at all times. So I believe that you guys got here at the 20th of Seicho, so it's currently Saturday, the 21st.
Yeah, I gotta buy arrows.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to buy I need to buy 16 arrows.
16? Okay. You can stock up more on the wagon, too, if you need to.
Yes, I do need to do that.
So, cost of arrows, let me just see here quick. Did I give you a cost for arrows?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to go off real life costs. That'll be 3 silver pieces an arrow.
Okay. Why do you do this to me? I need to move to my laptop and do this.
Oh, you should be doing it on your laptop. You stopped now.
I'm stopped. Yeah, I'm pulling up my laptop. Fuck this shit. I'm trying to do this on my fucking phone, and it's starting to piss me off. I don't know how anyone does it on the phone.
Because they're desperate.
That sounds like Jordan and Seth. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Okay. Check my Wi-Fi. Start bringing up Google Chrome while it's doing that. Close that. I let my hentai play in the background, you know.
Oh, true.
What?
Oh, I love just saying random shit. It's so fun. No internet in my house.
I don't know, man. I almost think you are seen watching hentai in the background. Hentai with Panzer, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm
I
gonna
wish
just go ahead
there was that.
and close out roll 20 there. Okay. Oliver's inventory. Oh my god, I can actually see it.
Okay.
Okay, and it just kicked me off my Wi-Fi. Fuck you too, thing. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and put in. You said it was 3 silver apiece?
3 silver apiece per arrow, yes. And if you get higher quality arrows or anything with special traits, it increases it.
Okay. That'd be that'd be that. So it'd be a total of 16 plus how many can I get into the heart? Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Is
it
there
has a
50?
I don't think it has a storage slot classified for the cart's storage space for arrows. So I'll say amongst the other barrels of stuff and whatnot, if you had a crate that you wanted to buy and keep arrow shafts in, I would say you could feasibly store 100 arrows in there.
Mm. Probably only. Okay, why the fuck does it keep booting me off my goddamn Wi-Fi?
Beats me.
Good. Oh, I will say though that once he's done shopping, I would like to go shopping as well.
Okay. While he's figuring out his Wi-Fi and whatnot,
Well, it's working. It's just on my laptop it keeps booting me off for some
okay.
reason.
He still needs to edit his sheet. So if you guys can keep your stuff short, I can go ahead and manage both of you at the same time.
Yeah, mine's. I just need to go to a weaponsmith.
Okay. What in particular weapon are you looking for?
I'm searching for glaive.
A glaive? Did
Yeah.
we list that in the armor and weapons?
Is that a thing in this game?
You might have missed it. Well, yeah, I don't think you ever put that in the.
If there are glaives, because glaives would be really good for a dancer. Because glaives are chain/blade based, so it'd be high dexterity.
I
like a
hate how there are multiple
dancing
different versions of a glaive.
Oh, true. You're right. Because there's the chain glaive and there's the throwing glaive.
That might be why you never put it in the
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Update, Joey.
What kind of weapon is it?
I'm thinking when I'm thinking of a glaive, I'm thinking it's a chain weapon. So it's a very, very long chain with a blade at the end.
Okay. That would fall under unique weapons.
Okay, no. Is there a way I could find a blade then, and a chain, and make a glaive? Or is that
the thing is, it has been. I try to keep things real life. Let me double check here.
Okay. No, that's fair. I mean, glaives are technically real.
Okay, glaive practicality. Let's see. I'm still getting used to my keyboard.
Oh, there's a staff version of a glaive? What the heck?
Yeah.
That's the glaive that I know of.
There's so many different
There's
glaives.
the polearm variant.
I guess that's
probably the more typical one.
Oh, it's similar to a naginata, which is polearm.
Okay, so
what am I thinking of then?
So you're looking for basically a chain with a blade on the end of it.
I'm looking for
that has pretty much been proven to be just as dangerous to the actual user as it is to other people.
Okay, so then I could go for a polearm then.
Yeah, there are plenty of polearms weapons.
A naginata.
Yeah, there's
something like this.
Plenty of polearm weapons.
Okay, perfect. Because that'd be pretty good too for me, I think.
So you'd be looking at these are ranged weapons. Let's see here.
Is there more of
we have pikes, halberds. Now you have a high dexterity and a low strength.
So I'd want like a lighter, more like versatile one.
Okay, so here's the thing. A scythe is the only dexterity based weapon in the melee stat, and it uses dexterity as its damage stat. That's what its unique trait is. It weighs 6 pounds and costs 6 silver pieces.
Actually, if I go to weaponsmith, could I find could I find one? You think?
I would say, being a lawn mowing tool, you could either find a standard lawn mowing scythe, or you could actually have a battle scythe custom crafted. Both would cost the same. You would just have to wait a day, maybe half a day, depending on the smith and their price, to have it crafted.
Okay. How does the rest of the party feel if I try to get an actual weapon other than a bone knife?
Now, I will say this: a crisp knife is actually a real weapon, and they are quite dangerous.
Oh,
So it's just the scythe is going to be considered a large weapon, so it's
okay.
going to have a. It's going to be a D. Tiny, small, medium. That's going to have a D16 damage plus your dexterity. So it is going to have a pretty high dexterity value or a high damage value, but you won't be able to wield a shield or anything with it.
Yeah, true. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I guess I could hold off for weapons for now. Because, I mean, I already have the shield, right? Yeah, I have the round shield.
So yeah, shield is
I
very
guess I can hold off.
shield is
That's
very
fine.
helpful for you not getting hit, and you already have your one-handed crisp knife. So
Yeah,
um,
that's fine.
it wouldn't be a terrible idea to have a backup, but probably should wait until you have the 8 silver out of your own pocket before you beg off the party to
Agreed.
do it.
Yeah,
Would just
alrighty.
be my out of game suggestion.
Will do. That works.
Yeah,
If you
don't
if
do
you're
what I did.
if you think that the Chris Knight, actually I'm gonna look at the stats real quick.
Chris knife deals a D8 damage, piercing, or slashing.
That's not actually that's not bad then. Yeah, I'll just hold on because I
No.
don't think I'll be attacking as much as I think I will. Because if I'm going to go for like a buff slash debuff character, then I might as well just stick with that.
Mm-hmm.
So
'Cause I probably won't be in the front all the time. All right, I'll conclude my action.
was there anything else you needed to buy, Carl? Who has currently muted himself?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You weren't going to buy any special arrows or anything, just regular arrows?
Well, I currently have 44 armored piercing arrows, so
Okay.
You don't have
um,
HE arrows?
I need to make high explosive. I can't just buy those. I make those.
Yeah.
To make a high explosive
Hey,
armor
what about
piercing or a heat
what's about
round.
what about some APCR? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's just higher powered armor piercing. No, you have high explosive armor piercing. You penetrate and then it detonates on the interior.
Just
That's
imagine
exactly what my arrows do.
Oh, they
just
do.
imagine
Never
a
mind then.
freaking tank round strapped to an arrow, and you're just like, okay, shoot it at an infantry.
Okie doke.
That's what my Oh, you haven't seen my ballista, have you?
Oh no, I haven't.
We haven't yet. Neither of us have.
Oh, I want to see. Wait, we have to get a battle then. I want to see that.
Hold on. Are y'all looking at my character there? Well, I guess I have the.
Talking about your character in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, or bottom left-hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, I think the.
I don't know if the rest of us actually have it set up
I
so we can
can't.
see a picture.
I can't see
I can
it.
see it.
Oh, wait, no, I see it. I see it.
It's on Carl.
Wait,
Oh,
that's
I
your
see it.
ballista?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! What the?
It's a mobile ballista on a cart, drawn by horses.
But then
You could
it's
you
in
could
the it's in the item, so y'all can actually pull it up and look at it.
you could literally just like in the middle of combat just have that like it's like oh no we're losing just shoot that and they just die.
Tactical nuke incoming.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
literally a near one shot to all players.
enemy AC 130 above.
Hey, Joe, how much
Mhm.
was his arrows that he bought?
3 silver apiece.
3 silver apiece.
Yep.
The spears for the ballista is 5 silver.
Yeah, because there's not a major cost difference.
Okay.
You're going from $30 to $50 per round. So
Hmm.
they both require about the same amount. In fact, making ballista bolts are actually cheaper because instead of using feathers, they can just cut out cheap leather for the fins. and it doesn't require as delicate a work, and
arrows.
it's just basically a spearhead on the end of a long straight stick. So it's easier to make the long straight stick when it's not as thin. Anywho,
Yeah, saying it has a base damage of 101 damage.
yep.
Plus, that doesn't count with if it's an explosive arrow that coming out of it.
Yep. Carl, also write off 2 more gold off of the party fund.
Oh, back up there.
leave
Edit.
when you wake up, Panzer, Lily adds to your inventory 4 first aid kits.
Okay.
So
let me go into there.
Your food storage doing good.
So is he awake
yeah.
now?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just giving him heads up since we're in the middle of shopping.
Oh, okay.
So there's that. Samal, do you have surgeon's tools?
If I look in my inventory, I have surgeon's tools, yes, and 5 surgical supplies.
Okay. So since that hasn't become an issue yet, we'll just leave that.
Did you say 3 or 4?
4.
4? Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Wait, for what?
Okay. I'm gonna go buy some gunpowder.
Okay.
Oh, or that, or if anyone has charcoal sitting around.
Okay.
That I can have. Hey.
Purchasing charcoal is not that difficult. You're looking for a bucket of it. You're looking at about $10, or I should say, a silver piece. A silver piece for a bucket of charcoal.
Okay.
So they'll sell it to you in a sack, technically speaking.
Yeah.
So.
And approximately, so I can get kind of a count, how much that actually is. How much is that?
That'll be
coal.
5 pounds of charcoal.
In relations, how much gunpowder can I make of that per 6-ounce tube?
Charcoal. Give me a second.
Pretty light.
Yeah, because I have.
We're not going anywhere, Ruby.
Yeah, I have saltpeter,
Charcoal to
sulfur,
gunpowder
and
ratio. The current standard composition of gunpowder manufactured by prototypicians, adapted as long ago as 1780. Proportions by weight are 75% potassium nitrate, known as saltpeter or saltpeter, 15% softwood charcoal, and 10% sulfur. So,
I have saltpeter and sulfur already.
So
and I have supposedly 20 of each.
Yes.
Wait, don't you?
So, give me a second. If 5 pounds is 15%, then I have to just do the algebra equation here. Give me a second.
Love you, Joe.
I don't have. It's literally an algebra equation. Where's a pen? Here's a pen. Okay, so I have. Let's see here. I have 15 over 100 is equal to 100 over x. Cancel out the 100s. 15 times 1 is 15. 1x is 1. Oh, I should have known that. Duh, that's stupid. You can make 15 pounds of gunpowder with that.
Oh.
But you're going to need 75% of 15 pounds. You're looking at 7.5 plus 3.5, 3.75, 10. 10.75, 7.5 plus 3.75 is 11.25. So you're going to be at 11 and a half pounds of potassium nitrate or saltpeter. And
so I have 20 for saltpeter and 20 for sulfur. Okay. I need to know.
So you write off 11.25 pounds of potassium nitrate and 1 pound of
Saltpeter.
sulfur. Yeah, saltpeter. So 11.25 pounds of saltpeter, 1 pound of sulfur, and all of the charcoal, and you end up with 15 pounds of gunpowder unwrapped.
And that, how many pounds of charcoal?
15 pounds. That's all 15 pounds. So how many pounds?
And that,
You got 5 pounds of charcoal?
oh, I have 5 pounds of charcoal.
Yeah, you have 5
okay.
pounds. 5 pounds for silver. So if you want to make the full 15 pounds, you're going to need to spend 2 more silver and buy 2 more buckets of, or 2 more sacks of charcoal. Just to make it simple, since I already did the math.
Wait, so where'd you get the saltpeter?
I don't remember where the fuck I got it.
Yeah, he had it in his inventory. He bought it early on.
Oh, he bought it. Okay, I was gonna say, because don't you usually find saltpeter in caves?
It's been in caves, so
Pretty
it's
sure
possible.
in real life you find saltpeter.
So the 20, is that pounds that I have then? Because that means I'm carrying a lot.
Technically, you wouldn't be carrying it on your person.
Okay.
You'd be carrying it in the cart in your saddlebags.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so if I wanted to make 1 6-ounce tube of gunpowder, how much of each do I need to make?
you want to make 1 6-pound tube of gunpowder?
6-ounce tube. That's
Okay.
what the TNT's based off of.
So the easiest way to do this will be to craft the gunpowder and then weigh it out into your vials or tubes for 6 ounces. So there's 16 ounces in a pound, and if you buy 3 bags of charcoal, mix it in with your other ingredients at the ratio already stated, then you would do 15. Get my calculator up here. 15 times.
Let's just say I buy
Let's see
3
here.
then. Okay.
So 1 divided by 1/5. No. 16 divided by 5. How many said 6 ounces? Divided by
Yeah,
6
6-ounce
is
tube.
2.6 times 15 is 40. If you have 15 pounds of gunpowder, so 15 pounds times 16 divided by 6, you would be able to make exactly 46-ounce tubes of gunpowder.
Oh, and that's with 3 bags of charcoal?
Yep.
Okay, so how much saltpeter and sulfur do I need then?
11.25 pounds of potassium nitrate or saltpeter and
Okay.
1 pound of sulfur.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the next thing I need to get more of is saltpeter then.
Yep. So,
Well, I have enough.
FYI, sometimes it is cheaper to craft things with real life recipes than it is to use your chemist supply to do so. Just saying.
By the way, if we do encounter caves, saltpeter is found in caves, and you can tell based off white streaks on stones on the ground. That's
Yeah,
how
I
you
have
can
to.
find it.
The thing is, I have a hard time reminding myself to tell them, like, I'm gonna collect charcoal from our campfire.
Yeah.
Also, you specifically, since you are going out and purchasing it, you have to get softwood charcoal. You can't use hardwood charcoal; it's too dense.
Oh, okay.
So the softness slash like hard toughness of the wood, does that also affect how it burns?
The density is how pure the charcoal ends up, because if you have a soft wood, it burns better, and
Okay.
it's a purer charcoal than a dense wood is. There's going to be
Okay.
more fibrous and porous materials that are still
So
unburnt
that
inside.
0.25 is gonna piss me off in my inventory. Oh my god.
You can round it up to 1.5 if you wish.
still a decimal. And I'll live with it. Make it more accurate.
Okay. So, I would say after all of that shopping and crafting, Panzer, you're awake. The party has reconvened in the tavern inn,
Okay.
or the tavern itself.
So if we're all reconvened, I then, standing by
I am
Skygazer,
so sorry.
share the information I learned at the library.
How many tubes does that make again?
46-ounce tubes.
46.
Now, are you wrapping them in glass, or are you wrapping them in oiled paper?
Oiled paper. Well, gunpowder, it kind of just is gunpowder. To make the TNT, you have to wrap it in oiled paper.
Yep. It's gunpowder, but TNT is a totally different mix. So you have gunpowder basically.
Yeah, and I have it in here that I use the 6-ounce gunpowder with oiled paper and a gunpowder fuse to make TNT.
Refresh my memory, John, but I thought I mentioned this 2 sessions ago that we weren't going to be doing TNT that way moving forward.
I don't remember.
Okay, so there's a difference between gunpowder and TNT. You still have your dynamite. That's technically considered dynamite, I believe. Let me double check here. Let's see. Okay, so dynamite is a combination of TNT and nitroglycerin, another example of modern gunpowder, which contains nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose along with other gunpowders. Gunpowder used in modern ammunition burns very fast and doesn't detonate like TNT. So, what is TNT? It's cheaper to go about it this way. Okay. How powerful is gunpowder compared to TNT? All right, let me see here. Okay. I'm actually on government declassified information website. This is hilarious. Okay, black powder, your gunpowder, ranges in weight from 8 pounds to 150 pounds were evaluated. Final product range between 0 to 43% for impulse and 0 to 40% pressure, depending on level of confinement, the weight of the explosives or booster. Just the explosion, limited number of tests were carried 27-pound jet milled product. Black powder equivalent range 22%. 20% fuse. However, the value of 43% impulse equivalency should be applied to back house and loading dock at back TNT equivalency. Let's see here. I could be reading this wrong, but it looks like TNT is 80 times more powerful than black powder. comparison of explosives and thermodynamics. Give me a second here. Interesting thing is TNT is the measurement that everything goes by. What is the difference between dynamite and gunpowder? Dynamite is a high explosive, gunpowder is a low explosive. High explosive is high prescience or shattering effect. Gunpowder on a bullet and pushes gun since dynamite or C4 as a propellant, it would shatter before it pushes the bullet out of the barrel. So there is a definite difference in power released. And gunpowder, what you have, releases slower in its energy potential rather than TNT, which is much faster. Powders are ignited by a flame for the primer of cartridge and stuff. Okay. So for the sake of how many silver would it take for you to craft 40 explosive potions?
40 times 5.
Okay. So I'm probably going to end up in the
200
FBI's watch
something?
list for explosives. This is hilarious.
Yeah, I was so worried about looking up that kind of stuff. I was like,
Yeah,
oh man,
same.
we're gonna.
You've joined the
200
ranks of
silver.
Okay, so
You've joined
For-
the
200
ranks of
silver.
Mad Pat.
That's
Joey, good
explosive.
job.
Yeah, no, all right. Okay, so using your chemist supply, your cost for crafting cost of sulfur 10, 40, 55. Okay. Your cost, okay. So for the sake of your gunpowder is equivalent in effect, but it is a dry version of your explosive potions. You can either do them paper or liquid. The paper ones that you make with the actual gunpowder recipe that you have is a cost of 440. You spend 45, no, 40, 30, 40, 50. You spend 55 silver pieces. No.
40 of them.
For 40 of them. Versus if you
than...
yeah, it's a lot cheaper to actually craft them by the recipe, just letting you know.
Okay.
I am so
But
getting
what if I strap multiple tubes together?
tubes together, that would be like stacking multiple, that would be like
Pieces
same
of dynamite.
and you can light them with the fuse so they can all go off at once. I love it. I type in TNT recipe and it says the Minecraft version.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We
Nice.
can do it by that.
Yes.
Just need some
I'd be
sand,
down.
some gunpowder.
Yeah, we just need some sand.
TNT.
Yeah, go
Okay.
get some sand, Carl.
Okay.
Sorry.
Trinitotulian. Trinatrotulian. Okay, trinatrotulian.
Oh, I need to get more paper.
Is more commonly known as TNT, specifically 2,4,6 tritulian, a chemical compound known as carbon, hydrogen, sodium, oxygen, carbon, hydrogen. This yellow is okay. History: German chemist, originally yellow dye. It was originally a yellow dye. Explosives are first. Naval mines, bombs, charges. Okay. Okay. So, technically speaking, okay, just to put it in simple gaming terms, your gunpowder would function like a fire potion. To make
just the gunpowder alone.
Just the gunpowder alone. gunpowder is actually not a part of the recipe for TNT. So for the sake of not having the ability to give you an actual TNT recipe to go off of. Oh, wait a minute. No, being into various sizes and more commonly generated since the explosive bends. Okay. Composite B, composite H6, cyclosol, adenotenyl, hexanite, mino-octal, pentalityl. Okay, this gets to really advanced recipe, because they actually do have the list of stuff. Examples of explosive bends containing TNT. Okay, these that's not. Preparation. First 3 steps. Toluene is a nitrated with a mixture of sulfuric and nitric acid, and monotritoluene separated and refined into dinotritoluene. So there's oleum, sodium sulfate, red water, nitrogen oxides, dioxides, exothermic reaction, bicarbonate, fuming nitric acid. Okay, so for the sake of this recipe being extremely complex, I am going to post this in the Discord. Control copy. You can read the wiki on it.
Oh, God.
If you decide you want to do so. But I'm going to say as a general cost, if you actually want to make TNT, I would put it, since we actually have a list of steps and ingredients. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We won't count water. There are 6 ingredients. So, what is the cost of 6 chemist supply?
6 silver.
Is it silver per supply? I thought it was 2.
Nope.
Okay. What is the cost of an explosive potion in
5
chemist
supply.
Okay. So it's a 3 ingredient versus a 6 ingredient. So I'm going to say, due to its crafting time, I would say you cannot batch prepare this, and it is going to cost you 10 silver or 1 gold piece for 1 stick of TNT.
Actual TNT.
Yes, actual TNT.
So I should just delete this whole recipe thing here I have for it.
What do you have a recipe for TNT?
The oiled paper, gunpowder, and the gunpowder fuse.
That's technically your explosive potion's hard recipe. So if you want to make it cheaper, you can use the hard recipe and you can make it at a fraction of the cost. Otherwise, you can just, on the road, use your chemist supplies that are way more expensive, and you can make more. If you actually roleplay the going out and buying of ingredients, you're rewarded by having your stuff being cheaper.
But, okay.
Your recipe will just say 6 ingredients, unnamed, for TNT, or 10 supply for now. To craft 1 piece of TNT, you cannot batch craft it. Now, the thing is, it's going to be, instead of, this is going to still fall under the TNT is still going to fall under the rules of the explosive potion. with very little chance of igniting.
I'm not sure. I can if you want.
So, for the sake of, since I've actually taken the time to do the research now and I understand it, TNT is basically equivalent to your explosive potion. Gunpowder is equivalent to your fire potion.
But I use gunpowder in the TNT.
No, TNT does not have gunpowder in its recipe.
So I can only make that with supply?
Yeah, you can only make it with supply as of right now until I take the time to
Okay,
write
so I
down
do need to remove
the
the
recipe.
recipe.
Yes, you remove the recipe for TNT and replace it with simple, 10 supply and no, 12 supply. 12 supply because it's 6 ingredients. I think that's right.
POV, we've been talking about the ingredients for TNT for half an hour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm
Yeah,
good. Quality. This is quality time right here. Real roleplay.
I'm gonna double check my notes in the alchemist.
So I have
book.
a explosion that's the same as my explosive potions that cost over twice as much and has less of a chance to ignite. Sounds like I'm never gonna use
So, which is cheaper?
them. Than my normal ones, by far.
The explosive potion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I can't find
Yeah,
my
because you're saying
alchemy.
my dry explosive TNT has the same effect as explosive potion with less chance of ignition for over twice the cost.
Yeah. Unfortunately, as the game evolves, some of these things have to change. There's my alchemical thing. So, explosive potions, there's supply to craft. The regular one is written at 5. All right, and then I said it was 12 to craft it.
The TNT, yeah.
Okay. So for the sake of the effort that you put into, dealing with the research, I'll say if you follow the recipe of the higher and more expensive craft, you may have a tier 3 explosive potion.
Ooh.
Which does twice the damage and it has a 16% chance to ignite.
Wow.
Or a resolve check of 16. So
Off.
or I have resilience, sorry.
Okay. Say like what?
I will not be ignited. No. All right.
Oh man.
Yeah, I wouldn't usually do that because it kind of busts the rules of the game. But if you actually take the time to role play buying the 6 ingredients, once you finally read that, page and buy all your ingredients and go through the process, I will reward you by giving you the tier 3 automatically for crafting it.
Hmm.
So.
Yeah, saying when I was researching this and making it, I was making something to go boom.
Yeah. It definitely goes boom. Comparison-wise, your black powder, gunpowder, is good for propelling bullets. If you put the same stuff in the gun and ignited it in the same volume with TNT, you'd blow your rifle up. Because the bullet can't be moved fast enough for it to, expel all of the energy of the explosion. That's the difference.
As they say, with great power comes great power.
Yeah, pretty much. So
it's 2 times the damage, so it's 20 damage?
20 damage and a resolve check of 16 to ignite. Or a resilience check of 16 to ignite.
If I can spell, dear God. Resilience of 16?
Resilience check of 16, so they have to beat a resilience check of 16 or they are ignited. Versus a resilience check of 10. So which 16 is the usual dice size. So if they don't have a good resolve or resilience stat, chances are pretty good they'll get ignited by that.
Yeah.
So, that being said, Panzer, you got your medical supplies. Isaiah, you were holding off on your scythe. I think you said.
Yep.
Skygazer, were you doing any shopping? I can't recall.
No, I was not.
Okay. Carl, did you have any other shopping that you needed to accomplish?
Don't think so.
Okay. And then John Panzer, did you have anything else you wanted to do now that you wake up? I think John has walked away from the computer.
I don't blame him. I shall say sorry again, guys.
John, come back!
We ended finally.
Someone text him.
Okay.
Light up here still on.
Okay.
Oh. I know I'm fucking died.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. We were at We all are back together, right? In the inn.
Yes.
Okay, and I was going to share my information about what I learned with the entire group, so we can plan our next execution of plan.
Give me a second. We're just waiting for John to come back now.
Yep.
Yeah, he did type in "be right back." So.
Oh, I see it now.
All right.
I didn't see it. Actually, here I'll be like literally a minute, just while he's gone. Just
Okay.
give me a sec. I'll be right
Who's
back.
gone?
Yeah, we're waiting for you to come back, John. Just as an example, Carl, if you craft TNT and then combine it with nitroglycerin, it becomes dynamite, which is far more powerful.
Use TNT in that. Okay, so what do I use gunpowder for?
Gunpowder is the cheaper way for you to make explosive potions.
But I thought you said to remove it for the. What? So I use. Oh, hold on, never mind. I get it. Never mind.
Okay.
I get it.
Back,
Anyway, all right. So everyone's here. John, everyone has caught up with what they wanted to do. Was there anything that Panzer wanted to do now that he wakes up?
Food.
That's presumed.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if Joey Ray shared this, but I share my information that I learned at the library with the entire group while we're all gathered together. About what I learned about, I can't pronounce that name of that place, but that place in the north, and that's probably our best bet for what we're looking for, or that we're looking for Arachni.
Oh, so you found it?
Basic, yeah. If you look at the map, I won't say we found it because I don't know if that's like exactly where,
That's a good bit of ways.
but from what I heard at the library and the information I have gathered from history books and other things is that that is our best bet up there. Where is being pinged?
Mhm.
History books. What was it called?
Oh, the book?
Mhm.
I don't think we actually got the name of the books because it was kind of in general because there was a elf nerd guy and he helped me find like the history books I was looking for because
Okay.
he actually
should-
knew who that was.
We should go over there and say thank you.
I thanked him. I don't know if you want. I don't think I want to go back and say thank you for reasons.
What do
I'm
you
not
mean?
going to go back.
What reasons?
Wait, he didn't.
I walk up to
He
Panzer.
wasn't there.
I get the impression that a little more went on than just a bit of exchange of information, if you know what I mean. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Wink,
Jamal, how
wink,
could you?
question mark, wink, question mark, wink. Okay, anyway, guys, let's go up north. Yay!
How many of those dry explosives can I make? Like, how quickly can I make them?
I will say since it's literally just powdering everything and mixing it together and bottling it. If you want to do a batch, you can make all 40 of them in about an hour.
Hell
Okay.
yeah, okay.
If we are
41.
Okay.
Wait.
It was 40 if I remember correctly.
How many can I does it make 46 or 36?
The whole recipe makes 40.
I gotta get a 6 from then. Okay.
Anyway, so Oliver sitting across the table with his coffee and Lily helping out with chemicals and whatnot. Yeah, he's just over there grinding, buckets of rocks and burnt wood into powder.
Oliver. Did you put this in my bag?
No.
What are you holding up?
My medical bag.
Oh, no. Lily hands that off to you specifically.
I thought it was already in my bag. I
Nope.
woke up and it was in my bag.
No, she hands it off to you.
The
Thank
lovely lady did.
Yes.
Alright,
At this point in time, Skygazer stands up and kind of motions a little bit. So I have been doing some digging and some research. I didn't just join this party to meet up with my long-lost lover, Murnus. I had a second ulterior motive as well. You see...
You're all about to die.
I'm slowly grabbing for my sword.
I'm slowly pulling out that TNT I just made. Oh, dry explosive I just made.
I
I'm sitting there with the explosive right here.
My mother.
Roll initiative. Oh my gosh, boss spell. Oh my god.
I apologize. I kind of took from the moment. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Anyways.
Your mother?
Yes, my mother. You see, she has a condition, a curse, really, that
I kind of hold out 2 claws in front of my face and like point down. I'm like, "Mother."
What?
Oh my.
I point 2 claws straight down and putting it to my lips, like, "Mother."
Yes, I have a mother.
Okay.
And a father.
I was asking if this is the Vampire Queen as a mother, or
Oh.
actual mother.
No,
like
no,
birth.
no, no, no.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm talking about my biological mother.
Gotcha.
Yes. Yes, no, I'm not talking about the Vampire Queen. I would never call her mother. At least not in that sense. anyways, anyways, my mother is had a curse put that she more or less took upon herself so many years ago now that I've been trying to fix, but unfortunately have been unable to do so. Up
Oh.
until now, I feel
That's
like
really
I finally have a means to save her from that curse. But I feel I might need the help of the whole party to get this to happen.
Yeah, we
My
need the cure.
character's heart is very warmed at how wholesome this is.
You see, we're
He's gonna
gonna
cure
need
somebody.
we're gonna need somebody who wants to be cursed.
Oh.
So it's the vampire curse you're trying to get rid of, right?
Yes, the bloodlust curse.
Okay, yeah, I know how to get
I'll
rid of
take
that.
it.
Oh yeah,
But
we'll
if I
all
try to
take
get
it.
blood, I'll just pass out.
Oh,
Oh,
true, true.
you see, I already know the cure.
Oh.
Well, to be quite frank, you already tried helping my mother, and
Oh.
she's still not doing. She still has the curse.
Wait, so yo, I know your parents.
Yes.
Oh.
How do you think I know you two?
Oh.
Oh,
Huh.
Huh.
oh. No, makes oh yeah.
So it worked on your father, but not your mother? Because your father was
No.
cured.
That is because my mother took the curse upon herself. My mother's not a vampire. She's a fallen angel.
Mm.
I'll take the curse.
So is this curse an evil or a holy curse?
Bloodlust? It's an evil curse, all right, if you
Take
want to
it then.
call it that. It has demonic origins. So of course, it would be
I'll
what I
definitely
would
take it.
consider evil, anyways. But
What does
yes,
and it just causes
Okay, wait. So
to
this is
kill
kind of
people?
this is kind of my character talking as well. So let me get this straight. She has bloodlust, which is that basically where it's like addicted to blood? Or like almost like addicted to like kind of like that?
yes,
Oh,
that
okay.
nature. Anyways,
Okay, that makes more sense.
It would be hilarious if my weakness completely kind of reacts to curse.
Just
Yeah, that'd be
passes
really
out.
funny. That'd be really funny, actually.
I don't think I want to take that risk though.
but in any case, um, yes, see, this is a very important thing to me. I would like to have my mother back in full and not as some
We're
crazed maniac.
well, we're all in this together. We're all here to help you.
For sure. I'm surprised our bindings worked on her.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We had holy rope.
Well, you
I'm
guys
sure.
actually got holy rope?
Yeah, by the temples.
Maybe.
Oh, cool.
What do you maybe?
Maybe.
He may or may not have eaten it.
Oh.
I'm kidding. Yes. It may have something to do with the fact, though, she was under a demonic curse, though.
Oh.
Then she's a fallen angel, so I'm sure that may
Yeah.
or may not have
That
something to do
probably
with that,
doesn't
too.
help anything. Yeah.
Who cursed her?
Technically, she did. Because my
Oh,
father
cool.
was born with the curse. And then to try and because she didn't want my father to be under that curse any longer, she took it upon herself. Unfortunately, that has caused a whole new mess of problems. And while I admire my mother for her sacrifice, if at all possible, I would like to try and restore the relationship we used to have together as a family, and move forward with our lives instead of being
Yeah,
entrapped by this curse.
So,
is understandable.
is your mother Drakdar or Celestia?
Celestia. Drakdar is my father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And what's your last name?
Solo.
Nat Bloodfist?
Solo is my mother's maiden name, so technically it would be Bloodfist, but I don't normally carry around that last name for reasons I'm sure you would understand, being a Yakuza and all that. I don't like to throw my family heritage or lineage around too much.
Understandable.
I understand. So, did you know the Calveras?
The Calveras?
Yes.
You would not have met them. Yeah, there would have been mention of them.
Mhm.
Juliana is a Calavera. Um,
Oh, right.
but you would have never met the Calaveras. With the During the period of time in which your family moved out to the Dry East, you were not present with them and visited rarely.
Yep.
Though you as a character would know that they, until recently, controlled the Dry East as a kind of, this is our territory, don't mess with this situation.
Hmm.
Huh.
No, I would not know the Calveras personally, but technically I don't know if they are really. But I've heard mention of them.
I pull out my document and I unravel it and hand you a pen, and ink, and
Okay.
quill. Did you want to change your name? Skygazer? The document I
In
had you signed.
Yes. I in big bold letters I put 3 letters next to my name. A S
No.
S.
Oh my.
I don't like being deceived.
You see, my father was kind of high on blood when he named me. My real name is Aaron Saiyan Solo, and yes, those are my initials.
That's amazing.
No
You
promises.
I would
but
like
you
every.
may have gotten a nickname.
All right, so could everyone make a knowledge check for history quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's amazing.
Okay, Oliver 23, 15 from Samal, and Panzer with a 9.
I need to make a history check too then.
No, you don't need to.
Mine's actually a 27. I did mine differently.
Okay.
Oh,
My
So
standard is technically a D20.
so
But
Samal with a 15, you get it. Panzer, you don't, which is explainable. But Oliver and Samal, both of you, so a couple things come together all of a sudden. You have heard rumored tales of the underground
Yeah.
where there is a mischievous scoundrel that travels the land. And whenever there's a particularly interesting scuffle between him and, the underground, he leaves his initials etched in the wall with the end of his rapier, ASS.
Oh my god. My
You
character's just like,
You realize that you're traveling with someone with a little bit more notoriety than you thought you did.
My character's just like, dear God.
And I'm still looking at like, donkey.
Ezra, look how close our characters' initials are. That's actually kind of funny. Oh my.
You get married and it's all of a sudden S. You have a
If we
kid.
married-
You have a kid and he's full of sass.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
It's so good.
This wasn't planned, I swear. Anyway. So, is everyone good with their shopping and
Yep.
everything taken care of?
I'm ready to head out
Okay.
to the Noah.
I've said my piece.
For the sake of, I said it's 4 weeks travel. We're gonna pick up on the in-person game next Saturday.
All right.
You'd be leaving a week, so you'd be on the month Saiku. Saiku 21st is going to be when we pick up, because we're gonna fast travel to
Okay.
Iakokot. Simply because I want to be able to finish that session, and we spent a
Yeah.
little bit more time this session than I anticipated due to
On
chemistry.
TNT?
On chemical research.
Before we leave, I kind of wanted to go back to the church.
Okay, that's fine. We can roleplay. We got a few minutes still.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
do that.
Thank you.
So,
Sorry. I head back. I step
Awesome.
in.
okay. The same priest is still there.
Now, just getting the lore correct. Are they called father?
Yes, technically speaking. You
Okay.
would not know the intricacies of that tradition, though, because you're not a member of the church to the point where you have been educated in their practices. You've only visited a few times, and you hold a special position of servant to them.
Okay, gotcha.
You'd technically be known as a holy champion, or by some as a holy servant.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Welcome. He does do a slight bow as a show of respect. Do you have more questions?
I bow back. I never did get your name.
Roll a charisma check for me.
I'm sure your name has fame. $17, $18, $19, $21, $22.
22. That's pretty darn good. Let me do some thing here.
Sorry, that's a 23. I did my math wrong.
Yeah. 23? Okay.
Yeah, 23.
He... Okay. I'm just going to control copy this so I don't forget it for later. I'm going to double check and see if you can beat your charisma stat. But I do not know. Yeah, that when it comes out to 11, that yeah. Let me just go ahead and make a folder for that since it looks like he's going to become a permanent NPC. I honestly haven't used my name in a long time. But for you, I will make an exception. I was once called Kelthrai.
Out of game, how do you spell?
Khelthrai.
in front of other people, what would you like me to call you?
Just a standard father would be acceptable.
Father. Okay, got it. I just came by to. I'm about to go on a pilgrimage, I guess you could say, and I wanted to pray before I went. Is that okay?
I would be more than happy to pray for you, unless you wanted to do it alone.
I mean, we can do it together. Two is always better than one, right?
I would
That's
suppose you
good
say.
too.
Okay, guys, I can't spell assassin for anything.
It's ASSASSIN.
Okay, now I'm worried.
Okay.
Yeah, just
As
don't
I'm
ask
praying,
twice.
stab.
Oh my goodness. Yes,
The
yes.
fuck am I hearing?
It's my keyboard, sorry.
Oh, I forget there's a fucking airport right next to me. Oh my god.
Oh, is it not my keyboard?
No, I don't hear your keyboard.
Oh, that's awesome.
You look there. That's lovely. I'll be his roll there. Or match it, okay. Okay.
Okay, you both made a 6. You okay, Joe?
Yeah, I'm writing.
Yeah, he's running you a new character because you just got assassinated.
That's gonna take a while.
Roll for initiative.
There is no initiative.
It's called
You lo-
DED.
All right.
You lost the chance for initiative when you entered the room.
Okay. Roll a history check or knowledge check for me, Panzer.
You know I'm great at those.
You might get lucky.
Knowledge, you said?
Actually, I need
Yep.
Ooh, you
Natural.
got lucky.
Oh no, that's a 7.
Oh,
Okay. So you do not know his information. You have not heard of Kelthry before. I'm just gonna go ahead and
Pocket that information.
So if you never can can't recall something, I gave you a knowledge potion.
I mean, if you really want to burn that for that, you can certainly try again.
so what
Gives
does
you
a
a plus
knowledge potion
D6.
do? What's that do?
Well, the thing is,
Oh,
it could only give you a +1, but you can get a possibility of +6 in your knowledge for an hour.
Oh, okay.
what do you think?
That's up to you.
I
What
don't
is
know
it
how.
for again?
Here, how I see it is, it depends on how useful the information is at the moment. I mean, it'd be cool to know, but I don't know if we necessarily need to know. I'm not
Yeah, I don't
sure.
even know what we're trying to know. So
Yeah. All I know
Where
is we had to
you
go up
going
north.
to? I got his real name, even though he was trying
We
to
do
hide
have
it.
the name though, so if
ah,
we at least know his name, so if the name does come up again, we might not know who he actually is, but we'll know who
It had something to
he
do with
is.
him.
Yeah,
Well,
and so
mm,
we
you remember the cult, right?
yeah.
He used to be a part of it.
Oh, okay. So actually, yeah, that I don't think right now I don't think his backstory matters too much. The fact that we know his name, if his name comes up again, we will know where to go. So I mean, if it means anything. That's how I see it. I mean, if you want, go ahead. I'm not stopping.
I'll hold on to it.
yeah. I do gotta make more of those buffing potions.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a new guy. What is your character's most used stat that you would like buff?
For me.
Yeah.
My character's kind of based off. Joey, would you agree that my character's kind of based off like dex and like speed, like agility?
Agility would be a strong one. I think you chose that as your primary stat, so you're already really good at it.
My highest stat is resilience, but that's because I have a bonus in it.
Yep.
But yeah, agility is my highest base, I believe.
Like what stat would you want to boost temporarily? You would think you would need it.
Definitely like agility, dexterity, that kind of stuff. Because a lot of my skills I'm going to be using are probably going to be using those.
I would say those are in combat. Your bardic skills would be using charisma.
I was just about to say, yeah, charisma is my other stat that I actually I think I want charisma more because charisma is probably going to be a lot more of my buffs and stuff. So probably charisma.
Okay. I'm gonna buff you so you can buff us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
Carl, you know what I could
what?
really use?
What?
A resolve potion.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh man.
All right. So Panzer, your time of prayer is finished. You eventually make your way back to the party. Do you mention his name to anyone else in the group?
I'll whisper it to Oliver.
Okay.
Mm.
Oliver, make a
works.
knowledge check for me.
Knowledge check.
Yep.
Hey, you're proficient in that, aren't
That
you?
would be a 23.
Ooh. Wow.
You immediately recognize the name, and there is a moment of chilled terror.
Oh no.
Uh,
We all die, by the way. Yeah.
Kelthry was not just a member of the cult, but he was also one of the most feared assassins in the world.
Who is this?
He is the John Wick of
Oh no.
the Lian Empire.
So I walk up to you and I'm like, hey, I kind of whisper in her, hey, do you know Calthier?
It is Kelthry. Kelthry.
Calthry. Thry. Got it.
Yeah. He was also known as the assassin of the Blood Oath.
So, do
So
you know him?
where'd you get this name from?
He's a friend of mine.
A friend of yours.
Yeah.
He's-
Bruh.
Great guy. Like the
How long you
great.
been friends?
We prayed together. He said I could stay and
Right?
stay here. Yeah.
I love that reaction, like, bruh.
There are
You don't know who he is?
Nope.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Make that the greatest assassin? You know, the kind of part of the cult?
Oh, he told me about that. He said he was part of the cult. But not anymore. He found God.
You know, I found many things.
I love that line. That would be so good in an
He's the
anime.
last thing I would like to find.
Right.
y-
He's a powerful friend.
as a member of the Elven community, Oliver, you would automatically know that this guy would have been trained by the Dark Elves specifically. All Elven assassins, both the ones that the Wood Elves would have in their employ for political reasons because of your backstory. You would know this. Elf assassins are tested, or people that are qualified to be or potentially be trained as assassins are tested by the Dark Elves, and if they succeed the tests, they are trained by the Deep Elves, as they are called in this game, in assassination techniques. And in fact, it was the skills of the Deep Elves that originally gave the human race the ability to win the third
Oh,
Elven-human war
yeah, you told me about that.
about 12,000 years ago.
Hmm.
So this guy would have extensive knowledge of the deep, as far as the underground lidden.
Wait, though.
Yeah, he would have extensive knowledge of the deep. He is a trained assassin, and yeah, he's.
Maybe we do want to find this guy.
I already found him. He's a friend of mine, and he's at the same place every day. I think I could totally take him.
Yeah, I don't think so, but okay.
I joke.
So,
As a name,
I kind of want to start on a new potion for this guy. So, well, I'm sorry, for this lady.
Okay. So for the sake of charisma potion, we'll say
just high alcohol content.
I just wanted to throw a disclaimer. I have to get up early in the morning.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna try to wrap this up here quick. I'll say force supply for a charisma buff potion has the same standard dice as your other buff potions.
Oh, don't I need to roll something?
I'm gonna just give it to you for the night, because we're trying to wrap stuff up. So it's not that hard to do. It does include a large amount of alcohol. You know, a little bit of alcohol, some mint, you know, a couple other chemicals to really give them a caffeine high. You know, it's kind of dangerous for the heart, but yeah. You're basically making a Red Bull. Red Bull that has alcoholic content in it.
I'll make 2 of them and hand them over to him. And I am so sorry, her.
Yep.
And explain. It should help for about an hour. Blah 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 blah. Don't worry.
Don't drink 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't drink 2 at once. It don't help. Things won't end well.
Alrighty.
Immediately drinks 2. No.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna chug. I'm gonna chug
That's
my
when I
Red Bull
quickly throw
all
together a
day.
cleanser and be like, drink.
Oh,
want-
man. We haven't
want
seen it
wings.
happen.
All right.
Have what?
So, just as a quick note, are we good to initiate fast travel after that and pick up
Yes.
the next week's
Yes.
game at in Quart?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Cocart.
Well, I kind of want to check on my shield before I go anywhere scary.
Your shield would be completed, and you already paid for it.
Correct.
So, for the
So
sake
I'm gonna
of...
grab my shield before we teleport.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that finishes tonight's game. I think we finished 11 minutes late, but that's pretty good since we had some downtime in there.
My vials.
Yep.
So,
That would have been bad
Again,
if I didn't have it.
thank you all for another very good run. That was very fun.
A lot of laughs.
Yeah, see, this is
Yep.
what I'm enjoying about doing this is like, I know I said this last week, but like it's not 100% serious, and it just makes it 10 times more enjoyable